Hey everyone, welcome to the Normal America Show. Hey you. If you know, you know. I'm your host, robnoerr. Glad to be here. It's a Friday. What are you nerds doing? Watching some fat guy streaming about politics and culture on a Friday night. Of course, I guess that makes me the even bigger loser, right? No, it's been a great day. I hope you all have had a great day as well. Crazy stuff going on in the world. You can't help but laugh, find amusement, find enjoyment in your life. It is fat guy politicking time, yeah. I was losing weight. I haven't been doing good in the past week. I didn't mention it because it hardly seemed worth mentioning, but I think at work, I can't go into much detail because I do healthcare and there's HIPAA standards and everything, but suffice to say I had to help someone from falling, and I think I pulled a muscle by my shoulder blade. It's not terribly painful, but then I started trying to do like my normal exercise routine, like my DDP yoga, and it was like, oh, it hurt. So I was like, well, maybe I'll wait until it's feeling better. So I haven't been doing it for like a week. And then plus with Hank breaking his leg, I'm that type of person. It's like when things don't go my way, you know, I just like was eating and stuff. Flimtuck says, lost last night's debate, sadly. Who, me? Surely you're not referencing me. What do you mean, Flimtuck? I did not see the Texas governor debate. Yeah, you're right, Aftershock. They can't say, when they say, they won't just own up to it. The guy was a debate genius, yeah. Yes, he was, wasn't he? I'll take the L on that one. Oh, man. The last two nights, man. That's what inspired the title of tonight's stream. The left's not sending their best. It's not just them. It's your Kamala Harris. We're going to send aid to people of color that were hit by the hurricane. Great. Fantastic. Joe Biden's... Oh, man. We're on the precipice of World War III, and our commander-in-chief's being wrangled in as he muddles around. Twitch is messing up. It's incredible. It's working out good. Yeah, I mean, what a week. The stories, I mean, seems like we're edging close to World War III. The economy's falling to shit. Hurricanes hitting, devastating a bunch of people. Corruption running rampant. We're mutilating children in hospitals. Is there an institution that you trust anymore? Yeah, I saw Ukraine filed. We'll talk about Ukraine some tonight. Thanks so much, Ten Goat. We will. And, you know, I think that I've been one of the people in the forefront of just sort of talking about problems in a way that I think other people aren't really looking at. One of the things that I said regarding the 2020 election, which I'd never really heard anyone else say. By the way, get me on Tim Pool's show. I'd love to talk about this amongst other topics. I'd love to get on some bigger shows and talk about this because I don't think I'm especially qualified at anything other than midnight snacking. But I do think I think about things in a slightly different way. One of the things I said about the 2020 election, and I think that I thought about it a lot after these two debates I had the last two nights, and seeing Kamala Harris, seeing people's reactions to a lot of the stories that are going on, whether it be COVID, the hurricane, FBI treatment of January 6 people, things like that. And you let me know in the comments if you've heard anyone else say this. I said, maybe there was cheating in the 2020 election, maybe not. I'm on YouTube, so obviously I'm not going to say much about it. But it doesn't... Questions of cheating aside, or fraud and things like that. To me, the more troubling story would be if there wasn't. If they could take a man who wasn't even campaigning, Joe Biden, and push him across the finish line, who can't they sell to you? Joe Biden, a man with dementia. And regardless of what you think about what happened in the 2020 election, the truth is, I don't care if you believe there was some fraud, but it wasn't enough to change the election. There was absolutely zero fraud. Or if you believe it was fraud from top to bottom. It doesn't matter. All of those categories, I'm not going to shit on anyone's opinions. And I'm not going to really talk about that. Right? But whatever one of those camps you fall in, even if you're the person that thinks there was massive cheating, you're fooling yourself if you don't think millions upon millions of people voted for Joe Biden. They did. Even if you believe, I think that there were problems with voter rolls or voting machines or ballot harvesting, et cetera, nonetheless, there were millions of people that voted for Joe Biden. Huge chunk. Now, not all those people are insane. I'm not saying that. A lot of people voted for him because they hated Trump more. I disagree with that perspective, but I don't find that to be an unreasonable position. There were things not to like about Trump, especially if you're on the left. I get it. Okay. I found myself in elections, pushing to I'm gonna vote for Dr. Oz. I'm not the biggest fan of his, but that's because I think his opponent's way worse. But it wasn't just that Biden won the election, because I think the election was a referendum on Trump, people that liked Trump and people that didn't. It's that he won the primary as well for the Democrats. And you had professors like Robert Epstein that talked about exactly how many votes could be swayed by Google. And we know this, by the way. This isn't a controversial opinion. For example, you might say, Rob, when you debate people on the left, they might say, no. Like tech companies and social media, they didn't have that big of an influence. But we know they really don't believe that that's a bullshit argument. And you want to know how we know it? Ask them what they think about Russian interference into the 2016 election. And they'll tell you how significant it was. Because there was between $50,000 and $100,000 of ads placed on Pokemon Go on Facebook, half of which were pro-Hillary, or at least pro-Democrat causes, and half of which weren't seen until after the election. And yet they say that had an impact on the election. Ask them about Cambridge Analytica. You remember that story? For those that don't know, I believe it was the Telegraph or the Guardian, it was a British newspaper, broke the story that there was a lobbying firm that worked for Republicans named Cambridge Analytica. And what they did was they went through Facebook and they would put polls up on Facebook. And when people clicked on those polls, they were able to get some of their private information and then sell that private information to Republican candidates who then used it as a marketing tool, like who to send questionnaires out to, who to send robocalls to, things of that nature. And the Democrats said, that's devastating. That's corrupt. You can't do that. That's cheating. There was investigations into Cambridge Analytica, or they called for investigations for corruption. Now, never mind, that same paper, I can't remember if it was the Guardian or the Telegraph, glowingly wrote of the Obama 2012 campaign, how it used Facebook data of people by collaborating with Facebook itself. So with Cambridge Analytica, they used a small fraction of the data Facebook has, and Democrats said, that's corrupt, that's insane, you can't do that. But Obama worked with Facebook in its entirety to get any of the data they wanted. And they said, that's shrewd, that's very intelligent. But for the sake of what I'm talking about now, it shows that they understand how messaging on big platforms such as television, such as media, such as tech companies, social media platforms, etc., how that can have an effect. They know that advertising can have an effect on elections. That's why anybody who's remotely involved in politics, Republican, Democrat, third party, whatever, understands the importance of fundraising. Well, why are funds important? Well, because funds allow you to advertise and to use that money to get your message out to people. You could be the most articulate, capable politician of all time, but if no one hears your voice, you're not going to win. So raising money is important. It's why they talk about Citizens United all the time. They say, oh, we need to get big money out of politics. Well, why? Why do we need to get money out of politics? What's the exchange that's going on? I talked about it briefly last night. The problem's not the lobbying. The problem's not the business giving money. There are problems with that, but that's not the big problem. The big problem is then when you give money to the politician, they give you favors. That's the real problem. One of the ways to solve that might be, well, disincentivize businesses giving money to politicians or make it illegal or whatever. We could argue on what that would be. But no one would give a shit if just like, if I run for office and the green energy industry gives me $5 million and then I win and my first act is like, yeah, we need to stop subsidizing green energy. Who gives a shit? But Rob, you took money from them. Yep, their mistake. Sorry. I wouldn't have a problem if a politician does that. That's fine, But the point I'm making is the Democrats that have complained about that for years, one of the things they're implicitly acknowledging by talking about that is they understand how influential businesses supporting a candidate could be. And if you just logically think through, well, why is it important? Well, one of the main reasons is they're giving them money, and then that money allows for advertising and paying for things that your campaign needs to get your message out there. This isn't controversial. And so if all of these institutions such as the tech companies and like Google and YouTube and Twitter and Twitch and most of our mainstream media and almost all of our academia and almost all of our entertainment industry, if they're all pushing one side or pushing one candidate, that's going to be hugely effectual. If $50,000 in Pokemon Go ads could swing an election, what do you think billions of dollars in advertising and narrative pushing would do? And I never heard anyone talk. Now, despite the fact, if you're a lefty and you're watching me, you might think, Rob's a super big-time election denier. He talks all the time about the election, how it was stolen. No, not really. In fact, if you follow me right after the election, what I said was I think there are legitimate questions that weren't answering, but I'm not the right person to talk about it. I can't say that that's my forte. I think a lot of the stories that were coming out, I called out as horseshit right out of the gate. There was this story that, I'll never forget this. I had a guest coming on the radio show. So I had a radio show with my friend Carlos and my friend Todd Bartley. And we had a well-known guest. I won't mention their name. But we had a well-known guest coming on. And this was some point a month or two after the election. And there were all these claims about fraud going around. And one of the claims was about Dominion voting machines. And that Dominion had a business or a property in Germany where they were storing servers, and that the United States Navy SEALs attacked that property, and Dominion had armed mercenaries that were fighting the Navy SEALs. And the Navy SEALs overcame these mercenaries to take these servers, which were allegedly going to show evidence of fraud. And I was like, that's bullshit. That's a bullshit story. That's ridiculous. There is an infinitesimal chance that that story is true, but it's so outlandish, I'm not going to report on it until that's ridiculous. And I told my radio co-host, they brought this story up, I said, I don't want to talk about it. I think it's stupid. And then, sure enough, our guest came on, and what do you think they were talking about? And I just kind of like, okay, sure. And I know a lot of people might not like Scott Adams and some of the things he said. I do like listening to Scott Adams. And, one of the things Scott Adams said, and this is absolutely true, 90-something% of claims of voter fraud are just going to be bullshit. That doesn't mean fraud didn't occur, though. But most of the stories you hear people saying, and I mean, more people voted than were on registration rolls in the state of Wisconsin. And that wasn't true. I looked it up. There was a huge percentage that voted. There were some precincts that approached 100%, which you could say that would raise an eyebrow, but it did not exceed the number of registered voters. It didn't, That doesn't mean, and one of the things that the establishment's good at doing, I think sometimes they put those stories out themselves. The QAnon type bullshit. I think that establishment people were feeding shit to QAnon. Because then when QAnon comes out and says it's all part of the plan, these politicians are harvesting adrenaline glands from children and drinking their adrenochrome. And then when I come out and I say, listen, James Comey committed crimes. He directed his FBI to illegally spy on Trump. Then what the establishment types are able to do go, oh, you're QAnon. You think they're drinking adrenaline. Ha, 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 ha. No, I don't think that. Yeah, I know. Questioning elections is a threat to our democracy. Just this 2021, though. If a Republican wins, then we could question. Oh. No, I haven't got the list yet, Galil. I'll get them. Yeah, I argued with the Q people a lot. Anyways, I don't think most of them were ill-intended. It was just naive. They wanted to be part of something and feel special, and they were gullible, and they bought into a bunch of bullshit that ended up hurting the country and hurting Trump. Yeah, voter apathy, voter suppression. Again, I've said this over and over again. One of the things that's both positive and negative about Trump was, I think that Trump's sort of vain. And I think that he wasn't overly ideological. I think Trump, I said this last night or the night before, I think that Trump was malleable in his positions. The best example of that was like the gun rights thing. You remember where there was all the talk of eliminating bump stocks and automatic weapons and things like that after the Vegas shooting. And Trump came out and was like, sure, yeah, let's get rid of bump stocks. And then all of his contingencies were like, no. You can't infringe on the Second Amendment. And then he was like, oh, okay. But it was like he just didn't really know. And once he heard what his supporters thought, he was like, okay, we'll go with them. On one hand, you might say, well, that's not a good thing. Maybe, in some circumstances, maybe not. But on the other hand, it's a unique opportunity for his supporters because it's a politician more than any president in my lifetime that was malleable. That his supporters could have convinced him to go in the direction they wanted. And that was my hope, that you could have convinced him how corrupt the FBI was and corrupt these institutions were. But instead, he was appointing people like John Bolton and Mike Pompeo and Bill Barr. And so while I'm on here screaming my head off about corruption, the QAnon people are coming on and they're like, Rob, trust the plan. Just trust us. Bill Barr's a white hat. Right before the election, he's going to hammer down on the corruption and all these Democrats are going to prison. And I'm just like, you're missing a huge opportunity, you morons. You're the people that would be most vocal about outing this corruption. And yet you've been totally pacified. Because you believe in some Q plan that everything's going to work out so we can just sit back on our laurels and have fun LARPing with each other. Okay. Anyways, I'm getting off track. So I fought with Q an awful lot. And they didn't like me, whatever. But when most conservative streamers, when you were still allowed to talk about election fraud and stuff, I wasn't talking about a lot of it. And to the chagrin of some of my followers. But I said, I don't see anyone covering the opposite end of this. Which is, well, what about the shit that's not fraudulent? What about if a bunch of corporations and tech companies and academia and intel agents people all decided to come together and push for a candidate? What would that world look like? Because we may find out if that intensifies, and then they're, hey, thanks so much, Anti-Communism United. Hell of a name there. Thank you so much. Really appreciate any raid. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Means a lot. Not a communist fan myself, so hopefully you'll enjoy the stream. Thank you, EOD, for the sub. I really appreciate it. By the way, I'd heard, I'll bring this up again. I heard that you could get above a level 5 hype train now. So, oh, we're on. Yeah, I am streaming live to comfy.stream right now. There are 2 ways you could watch it, I believe. One is just to go on your computer, if you're watching on a computer, to comfy.stream. Register for a username if you haven't already. It's the best place to watch me. It is a platform dedicated to free speech. It's ran by my friend Andrew, who put his money where his mouth was to come up with a free speech platform. If you donate to me on there, I get a far greater share of the money, and the money that I'm not getting is going to a free speech platform. If you're conservative, hell, even if you're liberal, stop giving your money to places like YouTube and Twitch that hate you, that will cancel you at a moment's notice. They don't care about politics as far as whatever your position is. They only care about what's profitable and what their ideology is. And as soon as you run afoul of that, they want nothing more than to silence you. And so if you're donating money or if you're watching me, the best place to do it's comfy.stream, because then you're actually supporting someone who cares about you. Probably, if you're on the right, shares your ideology or large parts of it. So you can watch me at comfy.stream, or if you're on mobile, app.comfy.stream. And you can bring that up on your phone. So I got to figure out how to bring my chat from comfy.stream onto my thing here. So that's the next step. I'll try to work on that this weekend. I'm sure someone can help me with that. So, but anyways, getting back to what I was talking about. So I didn't focus a lot on, despite the fact that YouTube fucking bans me, strikes me like once a week anytime I mention anything about the election. My focus was never on ballots were harvested and it was stolen, or Dominion voting machines did this, or it was never on that. My focus was always, what happens when all of these propagandists that control our narrative go in the same direction? What's that mean for the future of our country? That's more damaging than changing some votes. In the long run, it is, because there's always a potential a whistleblower comes out and announces, yeah, there was corruption, here it is, and then the FBI, or maybe not the FBI, but then law enforcement's forced to act, and things are shown a light on, and they can't hide it. But if the American people are willing to accept sort of our narrative being controlled by fewer and fewer people that have more and more influence, read your Bernays. I say this quote all the time. It's one of my favorite movies as a youngster, like Men in Black, the original. I love that scene where Will Smith's considering like whether or not he's going to join the Men in Black, and Tommy Lee Jones is telling him like, look, you have to give up your family, and he's kind of explaining, what's going on, and he says, how haven't people figured it out? And Tommy Lee Jones says something to the effect of like, a person's smart, but people are dumb, stupid, fearful animals, and you know it. And that's true. An individual could be smart, but propaganda and advertising is basically a science when you use the law of averages and have a bigger and bigger group. A group of 10 people, it might be hard to figure out exactly what you need to say to convince them. But a group of 100 million, it'll average out to, and that's why advertising's so effective. I used to think it was stupid when I was a kid. I remember watching like, TV, and you'd see commercials for like Pepsi or Sprite or, whatever. And there's like a basketball player like, oh, I'm enjoying my Sprite. I'm like, does this work for anyone? Have I ever in my life been out and was like, I was considering getting a Pepsi, but I really like, I really like, Shaq, so I think I'll drink this Mountain Dew. That's what he drinks. And I was like, that shit doesn't work. But it does. It absolutely works. And you know how you know it works? Because people that are interested in money and wealth are spending huge amounts of money. And they wouldn't be doing it just for charity, like, what the hell? They're doing it because they keep track of these things, and there's a return on investment. Yeah, my chat window wasn't working on Comfy either. There's Justin Friedkin. Don't worry. We'll get to you in a second, Justin Friedkin. There he is. Ladies and gentlemen, the person I debated 2 days ago. He's on here. You helped inspire the title, The Left's Not Sending Their Best, Justin Friedkin. We'll talk about you in a second. It's probably the most anyone with half a brain will be talking about you in quite some time. By the way, Andrew's in the chat. Andrew runs the Crucible. He's the best debate moderator I know. Justin Friedkin is running from me for a debate. He seemed to talk a big game about how something that came up in our debate was inaccurate, and he did a video proving it was inaccurate, and he said that he wanted to debate me with a moderator so that I couldn't use my tricks. I would have reached out to any number of moderators. The Crucible would have been a fine place to moderate debate. I said, fine, do you want to debate on that topic? And he says, no! Of course not. Of course he doesn't. Good stuff. Anyways. So what happens when all of these people push for the same sort of ideology? What would that look like in 50 years if they get stronger and stronger at controlling? You know, thanks so much, Fedor. I really appreciate it. Really appreciate any donations. So that's what was troubling to me about the election of Biden. It was, wow. Maybe if all of these institutions are pushing the same direction, maybe the plurality of people can't see through it. And then what's our country look like? That's right, Mystic, yeah. And what you've seen increasingly during the Biden administration is, and it's something you've heard me talk about a lot, that I kind of draw a line to that. So, okay, to me, I'm not talking about fraud with the election. That's not what I'm focused on. I'm focused on what happens when academia and the mainstream media and the tech companies and the entertainment industry all push for one. You know, and again, Professor Robert Epstein estimated as many as 16 million votes could have been swung in the 2020 election. And that's not fraud. I'm not saying that's, I'm not even saying it's illegal. It's not good for a country. It's not good for our voting system. But I don't think that's illegal. But when I draw a line to what I'm seeing that makes me think of that this week is just the lies that are just so blatant that people seem to go along with. Sometimes on important issues, but sometimes not. Sometimes non-important issues, which might be worse, as I'll explain in a minute. By the way, Justin Friedkin, thanks for watching. Please stay tuned because I'll get to you at your segment will be coming up. Don't worry. Stick around. I appreciate the viewership. Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much for the donation. Mix-a-Lot, thank you. Yeah, I heard that we can now get above a level 5 hype train on Twitch, so I appreciate that. Now, eventually, I'll tell people to stop donating to me on Twitch because I'd prefer they donate to me on Comfy. But, yeah, we're on a level 1 hype train. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. We'll see if we get above level 5 one of these days. Above a level 5 hype train. The establishment types used to have the dignity to lie to you with at least some credibility. You know, some... Thank you so much, Alice in Wonderland. I really appreciate the sub. Thank you. They used to, you know, when they were lying about WMDs and shit like that, they had a little more tech. Omnilux, thank you. Gifting 5 subs. Incredibly generous. Really appreciate it. You guys are the best. I really do. The lies now, though, it's just like, thanks so much, Khalil. I appreciate the cheer. The lies are like, you know, yeah, we spent, where's this, you know, Mr. Biden, where is the money coming from for your plan, you know, your spending bill that's $3 trillion? Oh, it's already paid for. Oh, this is the Inflation Reduction Act. How's it going to reduce inflation? You're basically spending $2 trillion more dollars. Oh, well, it'll reduce inflation. We never said defund the police. That wasn't us. That was the other guys. That was the conservatives saying defund the police, not us. We never said defund the police. We didn't say that. We never locked down kids from school. We didn't want to lock down kids. We didn't recommend that, Fauci said. I didn't make any recommendation. We never said that the vaccine would prevent you from getting the... We never said that. Never said that. No one ever said that. Who said that? I didn't hear that. We never said it shouldn't be a crime to come here illegally, cross the border illegally. We didn't say that. And these are lies so blatant. It's like, yes, you did. Now listen, all politicians lie, right? That's baked into the cake. I get that. And Trump lied. But I talked about it. A lot of Trump's lies were lies. Lies are lies. They're not good, right? Lying is never good. You could make a case for morally lying. If your significant other says, do you like this dress? And you don't. And you go, sure. How was that soup I made you? Great. That's one thing, but we're not talking. Deadly Waffle, thank you so much. A lot of the people, EOD, Deadly Waffle, Mix-a-Lot, you guys have been with me, Alice in Wonderland, for a long time. So thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Beto is an example, right? I never said I wanted to take assault weapons away, take your guns away. Yes, you did. We have the quote. We have it on video. Trump's lies, though, a lot of times, they'd be like this. Biggest crowd ever. Biggest crowd ever. It's like, no. That's a lie. But that's different than if you like your doctor, you could keep it. That's a lie that's very damaging. That's different than lying us into the Iraq war. That's a lie that's very damaging. Still not good. And I'm not saying Trump didn't tell more significant lies. But most of the time when the fact checkers were talking about Trump lies, it was shit like that. By the way, the fact checkers, as we can see more and more every day, are just full of shit. They would fact check Trump and be like, Trump said that, he's increased employment for black Americans more than any president in the last 40 years. We rate that mostly false. Thank you so much, Syrian. Another person who's been with me for a lot. Thank you, Syrian. We rate that mostly false. Well, it is true that, yes, he has increased employment for black Americans more than any president in 30 years. It's not because of him. It's because of policies that other people did. And they'd say that's mostly false. It's like, oh, so what he said was literally true. You just say that it's not because of him, in your opinion, and so therefore you rate it mostly false. That's how most of these fact checks go. Same shit with Biden. Well, technically what he said was false, but what he meant to say was, so we rate it mostly true. So the two lies this week that I thought were just amazing. One I can't prove's a lie, but it just reeks of being a lie. The other I certainly... Galil, thank you so much, man. Awesome, 5 subs. You guys are incredibly generous. What's our hype train at here? Man, if we get to I guess if we get to above level 5, I'll have to do something for the audience within reason. Do speed read, sing a song. We got level 4 completed. Jesus, we're almost there. You guys are awesome. On level 5 now. Already 63%. Wow. You guys are amazing. Hot tub. Not doing a hot tub. Not taking any clothes off. No one wants to see that. Maybe that guy last night. Russia blew up their own pipeline. Thank you so much, Galil, for the cheer. Thank you, Andrew. Yeah. Thank you, Ali. Really appreciate it. Yeah, you guys are killing it today. Tengo, another 5 subs. Thank you. Thank you for that link too, Soccer Chris. I remember reading that. Facebook fact checkers admit that they're just opinions. Absolutely. So I officially have to we'll do a poll or something by the end of the stream because I believe we're on a level 6 hype train. The first ever for me. That's amazing. No, Ellen hasn't sent me the list of the people that he's going to donate $40,000 to. So yeah, we'll see how high we can get we're not doing a pole dance. I'll sing some embarrassing psalm or something, but we are on level 6. Thank you. Thanks so much again, Mix-a-Lot. I'm going to keep plugging through. I do appreciate all the donations, but at this rate, you guys are so generous, it'll just be a stream of me saying thank you all night. So thank you guys. Thank you, Dafil, for that Phil guy. Thank you so much for the follow. Now, the blowing up of the pipeline, if it's done by the United States, literally escalates, basically puts us into a direct war with Russia. Not to mention the environmental degradation and the fact that people are already paying outrageous prices for energy, particularly in Europe where that pipeline was going, which means that once more, poor and working class people will suffer. The rich will, Stephen Colbert said it best. I'll pay $15 for a gallon of gas. Of course he will. It's the poor person working 70, 80 hours a week trying to feed his family that'll be screwed, whether it be in the United States or Europe. So it's a big deal. Who blew up this pipeline? Could it have been Russia? Could have been. It makes about 0%. These things happen a lot. With our military and our intelligence apparatus that lies to us all the time, they're always asking us to just believe them on faith. Always. And many of the times what they're suggesting doesn't make any sense. Remember the gas attack in Syria? I forget the name of the area where it was. And the IPCW whistleblower spoke up and said, look, we didn't find evidence that this was done by Assad. There were questions about this gas attack. It's possible that Assad did that, but it makes no rational human sense why he would have. Because at that point, Assad had all but won the war. The only chance he had of losing was to do something that would force the international community to come into his country and oust him. Like gassing his own people. And yet that's allegedly what he did. At the 0 hour, right about to declare victory, he makes the only move that could possibly cause him to lose. But we were told you just have to accept it. And now we need to maintain a presence and we got to bomb Syria and we need to maintain a presence and blah, 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 blah. Just so happened all of the things that our establishment intelligentsia and military industrial complex wanted, all of that just happened to had to be done now. Because Assad made this huge blunder. Maybe. But I'm not going to believe the people that lied to us about Iraq and lied to us in Afghanistan for 20 years and have lied to us over and over and over about these foreign policy regime change wars. I'm not going to believe them at face value. Fool me once, shame on you. And we had whistleblowers come out. That's what we were asked to believe. Now we're asked to believe Russia, who the one thing you could say has going for them during this conflict is they're still getting an income source from the energy that they're selling to Europe, because one of the takes I had, and I think that this is one of the best takes that I don't hear anyone saying, regardless of what your opinions are of the Ukraine-Russia conflict and how much money should we be sending and what should the United States be doing and what should NATO should be doing and did they antagonize Russia into attacking and, is Zelensky responsible? Is Putin responsible? Do you favor this side or the other? Whatever your opinions on that, I think something that's commonsensical that almost no one talked about was you don't escalate tensions with a country while you are relying on them. That's just a true lesson, regardless if you're running a country or for you in your life. For example, this is a true story. I had a friend once, and my friend had a job, but he didn't have a car. His car blew up. And so he was being picked up by his neighbor at 6 a.m. every day to go to his job. Right? And he didn't really like his neighbor, but his neighbor was doing this for him. So my friend, in order to pay his rent and to help pay for his child, was reliant on this neighbor guy to get him to work. And my friend decided to get drunk one Friday night and go over and bitch at the neighbor guy because he had a party and it was too loud or some shit like that. Now, maybe my friend was right. I don't know. I didn't live there. Maybe my friend was right. This guy was a shitty neighbor. But what do you think the predictable outcome of that was? The neighbor guy's like, okay, fuck you. I'm not taking you to work Monday. And then it was, oh boy, I'm going to lose my job. Well, dude, you should have thought of that. Wait until you get your own car, then yell at the neighbor. You don't pick the fight when you're relying on the person. Similarly, you don't antagonize Russia while simultaneously mocking Donald Trump, who's telling you, look, you all rely on Russia way too much for your energy. They laughed at him. Laughed at him. And then Biden and everyone was like, oh man, it's Russia's fault. Oil prices are going up. Well, geez, if you would have been becoming an energy independent for the past decade, then if you wanted to provoke a conflict with Russia, you wouldn't have had these consequences. Now, there's still other consequences. I mean, they are a nuclear-armed superpower, so things could get bad. But as far as you're relying on them for your energy, for your people, and then you're shocked when you're providing weapons to the country they're at war with, that they might be like, no, we're not going to send you as much. How about that? We're not going to continue facilitating the countries that are arming our enemy. We'll say no. But no one wanted that take. Instead, the lefties were all for. Every time I talked about, I have a record of this ever since I've been streaming, talking about Syria, talking to people that claim to be experts or that it's their number one passion, like Dylan Burns. And I'm debating Dylan over and over on Syria. And I'm like, you don't think that intentionally antagonizing Russia, who's allies with Syria, you don't think that this is going to have consequences? No. They're bluffing. And their story's bullshit, right? They can't even keep their story straight. Their story is these two things simultaneously. Look, Russia's bluffing. They're getting their ass kicked. The writing's on the wall. It's all but over. They're completely falling apart. It's over, man. They're so much worse than we thought they would be, than everyone thought they would be. And Ukraine's just kicking their ass. And we shouldn't even try to have peace because at this point, Ukraine's stormrolling them. So screw it, right? Let's do it, right? It's all good. And then the next sentence, hat in hand, can we have a couple more billion for Ukraine? It's very important. Please? We have to win this war. Please, billions more, please? Please? We need it. And then the next day, it's all but over. It's over. Don't believe Putin's bullshit. He ain't going to use nukes. They're getting their ass kicked. They're getting billions, please? Please, billions more? We really need it. We have to fight them over there so we don't fight them over here. We need it or they'll lose. We'll need it. They don't even have it. Russia doesn't have a chance. I warned people for years. That's not to say that I think Russia is the good guys. I don't. I'm not picking sides. My side is stop the conflict. That's what I want. That's what I'm enraged about. That it seems that no one wants to actually sit down and try to have a peaceful resolution. Instead, now we're have both sides talking about nuclear weapons. Fucking great. Sounds wonderful. Thank you so much, Chasm. Now, I know it pisses people off because everyone thinks that you have to pick a side. Either you have to think Zelensky's the second coming of, Patton, and he's this great superhero, or you think Putin's fighting the great evil that is, the Western establishment. I don't think either. But it doesn't matter. I don't care what side you're taking in it. I don't give a shit. I just want there to be peace. And I'm tired of people in our country suffering while our government that's supposed to be working for our countries enriching military industrial contractors like Lockheed Martin and Raytheon, sending weapons that's causing a conflict to continue to go that's going to cause more people to die over in that country. And I'm supposedly a pro-Putin maniac because I'm worried about an escalating conflict between nuclear superpowers. That makes me a pro-Russian stooge, apparently. By the way, people that are saying that the most vocally are the same fucking people that were making arguments like Bush lied, people died, down with the Iraq war, Cheney's a war criminal. Now those very people are the biggest supporters of perpetual war.
They thought that the intelligence agencies lied to you 20 years ago, lied to you for a war so that they could enrich themselves in the military-industrial complex. That's what the left thought, so many people on the left. And now, 20 years later, they seem to have forgot all about it. Liz Cheney's a hero to them, and they're like, oh my God, I totally trust everything the Pentagon says. I trust everything that our intel agencies, the State Department saying. I trust them all. Yep, and not only do I trust them now, but if you don't, then you must be an agent of Vladimir Putin. So while all this is going on, I don't know, and I've said this, I don't know. I wish that the propaganda that Russia's getting their ass kicked so bad, I wish that was true. Because if it was true, maybe then there would be an incentive if people pushed for it to have a peaceful resolution. I don't care if that means Russia leaves with their tail between their legs or if there's some compromise, whatever. I just want the death to stop. Tired of this shit. The decisions being made by our intel agencies and our establishment aren't because they really think that the people of Ukraine are noble people. They see it as benefit to themselves and the rest of the globalists that they're always looking out for. And if they think it would be benefit to sell those people of Ukraine down the road, they'd do it in a fucking heartbeat. And the left knows it too, because they knew that's what they were doing with Iraq. They knew that's what they were doing with Afghanistan. I don't believe they've turned over a new leaf all of a sudden. But nonetheless, whatever's happening with this conflict, it's clear that Russia is going to need money to keep doing whatever they want to do there. So why would they blow up their own pipeline? It makes no sense. I mean, the only way it makes sense, I guess, is they blew it up to frame NATO. So they're going to sabotage themselves to the tune of huge amounts of dollars just to potentially frame NATO? Who are they framing them to? It's not like they're going to go to some international court and be like, see, the United States blew up our pipeline. Like, the courts would be like, fuck you anyways. Nothing would be, even if they didn't, what are the courts going to do? So this was what? Just so they could win a propaganda war with their own people? So overwhelmingly, just logic tells you there's a 99% chance it wasn't Russia. Now, does that mean it was the United States? No. But it was overwhelmingly someone most likely hostile to Russia. And if that's the case, it's overwhelmingly that the United States would know who did it and almost certainly be involved. Because I don't think Poland's just going to go without the rest of the NATO countries, just like fucking go rogue without the rest of the Western world. Like, fuck it, we're blowing up the pipeline. I don't see it. If it was one of our allies, there was probably consultation. So you're again being asked to trust people that have lied to you your entire fucking life about all these conflicts. Just trust them. But that's not even what I'm talking about that's so troubling about this. Believe it or not. The troubling part is, and you can believe what you want, that's fine. I've outlined my case why I think the United States was most likely involved. I don't know if we'll end up in war things. So thank you so much for the chat, super chat there, Government Cheese. Are we going to end up in going to war soon? I don't know. I hope not. There's a chance we can end up in direct conflict. Things are trending that direction, but hopefully the people running things think it wouldn't be in their interest to go to a direct war. Proxy wars, they love. They make money off of. Direct war, maybe they'd love that too. I guess we'll see. But the most troubling aspect of it is how universal the condemnation is from the same talking heads that all tell you that Trump supporters are terrorists and blah, blah, blah. That it's outrageous that you would even consider that the United States had something to do with that pipeline being blown up. That's a pro-Putin talking point. How could you even suggest that? How could you? That to me, and this is getting back to what I was talking about regardless of what you think about the election, millions of people voted for Biden. What happens when the people that control the narrative are all pushing things in one direction? And how the lies are becoming more and more brazen. Now, I watched Biden and people in his administration say over and over and over again before the start of this conflict, if Russia invades, we will end the Nord Stream 2 pipeline. Over and over they said it. Then Russia invades and someone ends the Nord Stream 2 pipeline. And they're like, how dare you suggest it be us? How dare you? What are you, a Putin sympathizer? What? You said you were going to do it, and then it happened, and now you're like, I can't believe you would even suggest. How dare you even suggest we had something? Just because we told you that's what we were going to do, how dare you suggest it? You must be an enemy of the state. And they're saying it with a straight face. And the lefties that you see online, which aren't necessarily representative of all lefties, but still, many of them, they're repeating this bullshit. Oh, here we go. Rob's on with his pro-Putin talking points again. What the fuck are you talking about? You have no evidence that the United States did this. I have them admitting that they would want to do it. It makes logical sense that Russia wouldn't do it. What? You're right. I don't have a video of Joe Biden smoking a cigar, watching a screen going, all right, SEAL team, do it. Bomb the pipeline now. Correct. I don't have that. And maybe you're such a partisan that you're like, no, I don't think the United States will do it. That's fine. But how could you look at the people that are like, okay, here's Biden's own words. We're going to end the Nord Stream 2 pipeline if they go to war with Ukraine. And then they went to war with Ukraine. And then someone ended the pipeline. If you're any kind of objective good faith whatsoever, you would look at that and go, I might not say that there's proof that the United States did it, but yeah, I could see how a reasonable person would say, looks most likely like the U.S. did it. Or at least knows who did it. It's just brazen bullshit. And it's important because the lying is escalating. They're not even trying anymore. Most secure election ever. Best economy ever. What? Like you could say, I don't think, yeah, there was probably fraud like there is in any election, and maybe even slightly more because of the increase in mail-in voting, but there's no evidence whatsoever that fraud tipped the scales in any sense. That's an argument that I don't mind people making. We could have a discussion, no problem. But you're going to tell me it was the most secure election ever? The most secure ever. So much so that to even talk about it gets you banned off social media platforms. Are you fucking kidding me? I got to listen to the Biden administration over and over talk about how great the economy is doing? I mean, it's insulting. And it's not just insulting, it's dangerous. Because it's showing that they're more and more brazen. And let's see, regardless of what you think about the security of elections and things like that, we'll see. We have an election coming up. There is no way, given the way things are going, that Democrats should even be close. Now, part of it has to do with Republicans. It's a uniparty at the top, and Mitch McConnell and them are trying their damnedest to make sure that the people that actually would make change in the Republican Party, like Blake Masters, etc., don't win their races. They like the Dr. Oz types. They don't like the Doug Mastriano types. So that's part of it. But even beyond that, there's still millions of people that are supporting these Democrats that are buying this shit. I know a guy who lost his apartment, couldn't afford it, and still saying how great the economy is under Biden. Okay? But this specific lie, this is a lie that could get us into World War III. I'm a fat schlub. I've never served in the armed services. I had friends that went to Iraq. I had one that died that I was pretty good friends with in high school that died in the Iraq War. I have other friends that, I'm sorry, my friend died in Afghanistan. But I had friends that went to Iraq, friends that went to Afghanistan. Some were, pretty messed up, physically and mentally. Do I have a mod on YouTube that could deal with it? Let's see if I can. I'll deal with it if I can't. Hey, Jay, I'm going to make you mod. If someone puts those adult dating site things up, you don't have to mod anyone else, just if they do that adult dating site stuff. So, Jay, if you don't mind, but please don't, don't just ban people for saying I'm an idiot or something. I don't want that. Or EOD. We'll do EOD as well. Yeah, that's fine. I don't know why people want to be mod. I would hate being a mod, but there we go. Thank you. I appreciate it for volunteering. Thank you for that hype train, too. I think we got to level 6. You guys are the best. I didn't know Aftershock. I didn't know you were on YouTube, Aftershock. I thought you were on Twitch. I am fascist, though. So that's why that line matters. Don't worry, Justin Friedkin, if you're still on here. I'm getting to you. But then the other lie is about something that doesn't seem that important. Okay? So Biden's doing this event, hunger something something. And this Congresswoman, Janet Warkowski, I believe was her name, was instrumental in sort of setting up this thing. And she died like a month ago in a car wreck. And so I'm sure you've heard this story. If not, I'll just give you the bare bones of it. Biden's there and he starts going like, yeah, where's Janet at? Where's Janet? Where's she at? Is she here? Where's she at? I don't see her. And she's dead. Now that's not good. I am a tyrant, that's true. Right? Now let me be honest, maybe people won't want to hear this from me. On a scale of 1 to 10, how big of a gaffe is that? 3. I don't think it's that big of a deal, to be honest. I don't. I screw up people's names a lot. And I'm not meeting 1/10 of the people that the President of the United States is. And as shitty as it sounds, you might meet people whose hand you're shaking that you even signed legislation that they wrote that you just don't remember. And Biden's got dementia, so it's going to be even worse for him. And so it's like, you're getting ready for this. You're like, who? Warkowski? Yeah, whatever. It sounds cool. Yeah, was she here? Is she here? It's her legislation. And you forget that, like, oh, yeah, she died a month ago. I don't think that's the end. Now, I understand why it's a story, because Biden has dementia, and it's another example of it. But there are far greater examples of his dementia. Him, just this week alone, him, doing the John Travolta in Pulp Fiction, that stuff's all worse for me. Confusing his wife with his sister, shit like that. It's like, So I understand why it's a story, because it's like, dude's losing it. But it's just one in a string of 100 examples. I already know that he's not there. I've seen video after video proving that, and that he likes sniffing little kids' hair. Got it. That's not the troubling aspect of this story. The troubling aspect is that for once, members of the media decided, we're going to ask the White House press secretary about this. And her response was unfucking believable. Here's the response if I'm the White House press secretary. The question, I'll turn my hat around. I'm the journalist questioning me. Excuse me, Mr. Press Secretary. Recently, Joe Biden was at an event, I think it was yesterday, and he was at an event, and he started asking if Congressman Murkowski was around. She actually passed away a little over a month ago in a car wreck. Can you explain, does this show that he has sort of sliding mental capabilities? Here's what I've responded. There are a great many important issues going on in our country right now, related to hurricanes, related to people that were locked down that are struggling, related to COVID, related to a conflict that's going on in Ukraine. People are struggling economically in many ways. There's a crisis at the border. Now, I know they wouldn't say any of that, but you get what I'm saying. But there's a lot of things that's on the president's mind. He thought this initiative that was started and worked on so well by Congressman Murkowski was very important. But unfortunately, with his mind on so many things, he had a temporary lapse. He definitely understands that she tragically passed away, and his thoughts and prayers go out to her family. But he did have a lapse in the moment, as is wont to happen when you're giving so many speeches and you have so much on your mind. Next question. That's it. That's how you answer that question. And yeah, are there going to be Republicans out there that are like, well, this proves he has dementia. Whatever. Moving on. But instead of saying that, which I would have found to be a reasonable answer, I would have been like, okay. But she said, no, there was nothing wrong with what he did. He just meant that she was on his mind. And so one after one, reporters were like, wait, what? Yeah, she was just on his mind. Okay, but if someone's on your mind, you're not looking around the room for them if you know they're dead. No, I don't think it's that unusual, said the press secretary. And even people from ABC, reporters that normally just toe the party line are like, what? What? And then one reporter said, John Lennon's on my mind a lot, but I'm not looking around the room for him. And she's like, I don't know what you want me to say. I already answered it. I don't have anything more to add. She's now incredulous. What do you mean? I told you. Your job as the press is to swallow the shit we feed you. You're propagandists. Thank you, Armeni. I appreciate it. Now, is that lie as big of a deal as the blatant falsehood of accusing people of being Putin's stooges for merely pointing out it's most likely the United States blew up that pipeline? No, because that lie has the potential to get people arrested, because we will see, if things continue the way they are, you could see visits to the FBI in people's future because they made videos on YouTube saying, I think the United States blew up the pipeline. That will accuse you of, there'll be a FISA warrant out for you for saying shit like that in the next 10 years, just like with Carter Page. They don't give a shit. As long, they'll get away, they would go as far as putting you in a re-education camp. Thank you so much, Mark Marta, for the 5 gift subs. I really appreciate it. They would go so far as to put you in a re-education camp. They might even execute people just for disagreeing with the regime, if they thought that they could get away with it, that there would be enough support from the public to allow them to get away with it. They would do it. And so as public allows them to get away with more and more, they're doing more and more. They're busting skulls, breaking into homes, for some pro-life guy, because allegedly he pushed some guy a year ago. Looking at 11 years in prison. They're locking up people that weren't even accused of violence on January 6th. They're telling Twitter to take people who said things they don't like about COVID offline. They won't be stopped based on their own humanity. It's not like they'll say, oh, this is a step too far for us. The only thing that'll stop them is, what can we not get away with? And if they think they can get away with the most heinous shit to the people that disagree with them, that's what they'll do. So that lie, lying about calling people agents of Putin and possibly escalating us into a World War III with nuclear superpowers, yeah, you could say that that's worse. But in some ways, this lie about, no, Biden thought he meant she was on her mind. In some ways, that lie's worse. Because if they're willing, thank you so much, Mark Murda. Wow, that's incredibly generous. Another 5 gift subs. Let's see how high we get the hype train again this time. Thank you. I will let you know that I do have some things that I'm going to try to put back into the channel, so your donations are appreciated. I do eventually need to get a better computer. I would like to get a better camera. I think my microphone is good, but I'd like to get a better camera. And I was thinking about maybe doing my best to hire an editor or something like that. Oh, here we go. Now, people, I knew as soon as I mentioned mods, people would be like, why don't you mod this person? Everybody could be a mod. That's fine. Now, here, I will mod D-Weezy. You're right. Does deserve to be a mod. Like, why don't you mod Again,
this
if
person?
any of you have channels and I'm ever watching, please don't make me a mod. I don't like authority. I don't want to be, I don't like to have to mod people. So I don't like it in my own channel. I don't want to do it. Someone the other day, I joined their Discord and they're like, hey, man, you want to be a mod? I was like, no, not at all. But no, I do appreciate the people that help me out. So that lie, to lie about something that insignificant, what that tells you is they're more brazen now than ever. They just don't give a shit. They're laughing at you. Yeah, no, I don't think it's weird at all that he knew she was dead and just said, where is she, because he was on her mind. I don't think that's weird. Everybody knows that's weird. Everybody's like, that's bullshit. That's a lie. He forgot she was dead. That's what fucking happened. Everybody knows it. Every person, Jean-Pierre, or, Jean-Pierre, the press secretary, she fucking knows it. Biden knows it. Jill Biden knows it. Ron Klain knows it. Everyone in the Democratic media knows it. Everyone in that room, the press conference, they knew it. All the Republicans know it. I know it. You know it. My wife knows it. Everybody knows that's what happened. It's not the end of the world. He forgot the lady died. Okay. But to just blatantly lie to people so smugly, like, I don't know. He knew she was, dude, he knew she was dead. He knew she was dead. Oh, okay, John, yeah. What's up, Donald D. Nice? If they're willing to lie to you about something like that, that's insignificant, you think they'd be willing to lie to you about vax mandates? About lockdowns? About election security? About escalating tensions with a nuclear-armed superpower? About border security? Now, we know that there have been lies about all of those things, and I've pointed them out in my channel. Why would you believe anything these people say? That's not to say that everything they say will be a lie. That's not what I'm saying. But why would you just believe them at face value without providing more proof? Just believe them on their word. Adam Schiff went on national television for years and told us he had seen the proof that Donald Trump had personally illegally colluded with Russians. Schiff had seen the proof. You're all going to see it. You'll see. Oh my God, it's so devastating what Trump did. And none of it existed. And yet Adam Schiff's still on the weekend shows, still talking to Jake Tapper, still talking to people at the New York Times. How can that be? If you're any kind of journalist, even if you agreed with Adam Schiff ideologically, wouldn't you say, you made me look like a fucking fool? I brought you on here time and time again, and you lied right to my face. But instead, no, they shamelessly bring them back on and allow them to just say, trust me, this time I'm right. Trust me. Like it never happened. I think if I'm reading this right, THBDX this is what I'm talking about. There are so many people that are willing to accept this. So he says, quote, anything I don't like is a lie. That's what he says that I'm saying. You see? That's how these bootlickers look at things. That's how they look at it, right? Oh, so you're just saying if you don't like something, it must be a lie. Is that what I said? I don't think that's what I said. No, I didn't see the View co-host, no. These are people that will accept these lies. They'll accept it. They'll accept any lie whatsoever that the government comes until it's something. And the reason is because they agree ideologically with the people that are lying. They're good people, and the people they don't like are bad people. So when the good people lie, it must be for a reason. So they'll lie to you and say, no, it's not a lie. It's not a lie. These are the people that cried and said kids in cages are so bad. And then when there are 4-time kids in cages under the people they voted for, they're like, oh, it's different. I don't see it's a big deal. They're the people that say political violence is bad. And yet when it was their side engaged in political violence over and over again, they didn't have shit all to say. They say that saying an election stolen is bad. But when it was their side for decades saying that elections have been stolen, they didn't have shit to say. But now they tell you when you're looking at obvious lies, oh, you just don't like it because you don't like what they're saying. Right. That must be what it is. You got me, THB. See, what it really was I really didn't like that Joe Biden said that he was looking for that woman that was dead. Oh, that irked me so much. So I was like, this must be a lie. It must be a lie. It couldn't be that I'm just a normal human being that knows that the argument that, well, this person knew the person they were talking about was dead, but it was on his mind. So that's why he was looking for around the room. Is fucking bullshit. It's a bullshit statement. That's why I think it's a lie. Because it is a lie. And it's obviously a lie. And you know it's a lie. And Biden knows it's a lie. His team knows. But you can't accept that. You'll keep spreading the lie. And you'll keep saying, oh, if you don't agree with that lie, that must be because everything you don't like you think's a lie. That's how shitty people like you are. But you're probably a shithead nobody. And so the rest of us could take comfort in the authoritarians that you cheer for and accept their obvious lies about all sorts of manners of things will eventually come for you too, you fucking idiot. And the only chance you have of having people in positions of leadership that won't target you just because they disagree is people that have an ideology like mine. But you're so stupid, you'll choose to go after the very people that will eventually be your demise just because you think Orange Man bad or you don't like robnoerr's politics. Wow, man. Thank you. That's incredibly generous. Kyle Beckman gives $100. Thank you so much. That's incredible. I will take that extra cash. We're going to take Hank to the park here tomorrow in his wagon. It'll be his first time with his broken leg and his cast out like in a public event. So thank you very much. We're going to go shopping. It's hard to find pants for him right now that fit his cast. So we'll take that money and we'll buy him some pants tomorrow. Thank you. Maurice, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Have I seen Larry Grathwall interview about the infiltration of the Weather Underground? They wanted to put us in re-education camps. So I didn't see that, no. Oh, that's right, Aftershock. When eventually they come for them, they'll be like, oh, this is terrible. You see it with the canceling on places like YouTube and stuff. As soon as the surfs get canceled or something that's, oh my God, this cancel culture is terrible. They didn't have shit to say. Mr. Girl got canceled. I think that's terrible. I spoke up. I said that's bullshit. If I got canceled, do you think Mr. Girl would say shit? You think all the people complaining about him being canceled would give a shit if I got canceled? Of course not. It's only an issue to them, just like Justin Friedkin, which we'll get to, right? So the left's not sending their best. So the debates I've done recently have been ridiculous. Pisco, I talked for some hours about the Martha's Vineyard story, which seems like forever ago, a few Saturdays ago. I think Pisco, borderline bad faith when it comes to corruption at the FBI. And when I say borderline, you might be saying, oh, Rob's going soft. No, it's either he knows that he's full of shit or he's so partisan he doesn't realize that he's full of shit. But he's full of shit. And he probably knows he is. But at least you could have a conversation with him. I talked to a gentleman before that, the Wednesday before that, or Tuesday before that, on climate change. It was a reasonable discussion. I thought it went fine. Then I talked to someone named Half Baked Takes. This person's a moderate conservative, they said. Terrible conversation. Just, it wasn't overly rude or anything, but just one of these conversations where it's like, I don't want to talk about specifics of any, the whole topic's FBI corruption. I don't want to talk specifics. Okay. Then I talked to someone named Justin Friedkin 2 nights ago, and I talked to someone named Ellen Degenerate yesterday, both lefties. Horrible. Horrible. Thank you so much, Jay, for the super chat. It says, Trump, legitimate outsider or controlled opposition. He's a handy distraction. Also, there's the other half of that beer. Thank you. My gut feeling is that he is not controlled opposition. My gut feeling is that he is a person who is motivated by things that many of us that supported him aren't, right? I don't think he's motivated necessarily by, upholding the Constitution and the values of, the individual and fighting corruption and things like that. I think that he's someone who likes to get people in the room that disagree and come with a compromise. But what overweighs that for him is sort of vindictiveness. If someone punches him, he wants to punch back harder. That's why he's going after Rosie O'Donnell. And I think that he was naive. He didn't understand how bad the corruption was. And one of the things he said was his strong suit was appointing good people around him, and that was his weakest suit. And so, even though he was facing incredible odds to win, and once he won, to be able to do anything about the corruption, he definitely hampered himself by trusting people he shouldn't have. But at the end of the day, it hardly matters. Is he corrupt or is he incompetent? It's the same argument I argue with lefties about the FBI. Ineffective, regardless of why. But still the best president in my lifetime, so. So anyways, these people, Justin Friedkin and Ellen Degenerate, not good. Justin was a little more tolerable, not any more intelligent, but was a little more tolerable in that he wasn't trolling as much. I don't know, Blank Page, if you're talking to me or someone else. It's what I. You said you ran away. What are you doing to help? Do I think Trump's patriotic and loves Americans? I do. Blank Page, are you talking to me? You can just let me know, saying that I ran away. I'll address it if you're talking to me. I don't know if you're talking with someone else. One of the things I think's hilarious, though, is crosstalk. Yeah, that's what I thought. One of the things that I think's hilarious is sometimes when you debate people that are terrible, they're even more confident that they did fantastic. And I regret to inform you that's the case with Mr. Justin Friedkin, if he's still in the chat. Hi, Justin. He sent me some messages on Discord. Which I'll tell you the gist of, but I don't like to show DMs. So you'll just have to take my word for it. Both Justin and Ellen Degenerate, when it came to specifics of what we were talking about, had nothing. Nothing whatsoever. Ellen's strategy was he would bring something up, and then when we would look into it and I would prove that he was wrong, he would just start trolling, just be sarcastic. Oh, who cares? First he says, well, let's look. And it was an interesting strategy, right? Because what he does, this is something Vosh does. So it's funny because that's what we were talking about on Twitter was a clip I had with Vosh, right? Vosh does this, right? Thank you so much, Desert Beauty, Northern Arizona. I hear it's beautiful there. Thank you so much. Was that John Sneeko in here? I've debated Vosh on panels, but never one-on-one. He doesn't want to debate me one-on-one. Moderators have offered. Anyways, one of the things Vosh will do is he'll do this. When he thinks that he's making a point that matters, right, he'll talk about it in a serious fashion. He might be derisive or something like that, but that's fine. I could handle people being snarky and shit like that. Yeah, I would say Sneako's not in the chat either. And then once you start to win the argument, then they resort to like memeing and trolling. That's what this Ellen Degenerate would do. Oh, well, the CDC paper, you probably don't trust the CDC though. Here's what it says about COVID. I was like, sure. Little did he know I did a whole write-up on this. I was like, yeah, great. What CDC paper are you looking at? Oh boy, the preprint of the same one I looked at after it was a preprint, once it was printed. That's what I'm looking at. Same paper, great. Let's look at it. Let's go through the data. Then as soon as he realizes the data is not going his way, what's he do? Well, you're, excuse my language here. You're fucking retard. You just want, you work with, people that are mentally handicapped. You want them to die. You want old people to die. You're trying to kill them. Yeah, whatever, dude. Okay. You just want people to die. You're a rapist. Over and over. Then he would read something and be like, wait. And he'd bring up some point. And then I'd be like, yeah, let's look at the same thing with the abortion shit. Yeah, let's look at what this says. The reasons for late-term abortions. Your own paper that you read. As soon as I bring it up, whatever, you're a rapist, blah, blah, blah. That's what they do. So they act, and then they could cope with it. They're like, yeah, dude, I'm just trolling, whatever. I was just fucking trolling them. That's all it was, just trolling. No, you weren't. You were trying to make a point. You got blown out of the water, so you resorted to trolling. That's what he did. I see it all the time. No, Ellen Degenerate was the person who proudly announced that he was stumbling a little over his words because the day before he had placed Molly up his anus. So Justin Friedkin did not say that. Please don't smear Justin Friedkin with that stupidity. He's proud of that as well. So that was, Justin Friedkin took a different tactic. Similar, but different. Justin Friedkin's tactic when you would bring up specifics would be, he would bring up a specific situation. He would say, Paul Manafort lobbied for a Russian. I was like, great, let's talk about it. And when it was evident that I knew more about it than him, and it wasn't going to fit his narrative, he was like, well, I don't know enough about it. I don't want to talk about it. But you brought it up. Justin Friedkin's tactic, you could tell from the beginning of the debate, was this is something when people have low confidence, they're nervous in the strength of their argument. And so they're looking for an out, right? And so Justin Friedkin did this. It's a common tactic that you see. He tried to position himself as above me by saying, I'm going to analyze the way you talk. I think that I've seen you in debates in the past, and you use poison the well fallacies, and you use appeal to authority fallacies, and you use straw man fallacies, and you gish gallop. And so you need to tamper that down. And perceptually, what he's trying to do is give the audience the perception that he's somehow this rhetorician that's above me, that I engage in all of these, fallacious activities that he's above, he doesn't do. And if he could point out how my arguments are fallacious, well, then if I say something that he can't rebut argumentatively, well, it must be that I'm just doing something fallacious. And he's superior to me. That's what he tries to set up from the get-go. Shit ain't going to work with me. I know what you're doing. And I pointed out over and over again the very things that he allegedly was criticizing me for example, poisoning the well by bringing up Keith Ellison allegedly beating his wife. That was just a harmless joke, but he was very upset about. I was like, I know you won't do that. And then he brought up Donald Trump's record with women and things of that nature. And I was like, how isn't that poisoning the well? And of course, as always, he shouldn't be held to the same standards that he wants to hold me to. So that was part of Justin Friedkin's strategy. But he did not come off very well. The other thing was he asked 3 questions. The topic of the debate, we were supposed to have a moderator, but it fell through. The topic of the debate was double standards and corruption at the FBI. He asked me 3 questions at the start of the debate. He said, number 1, can I define what a double standard is? And I said, sure, I could define that in corruption. Number 2, can I have evidence of that double standard? And number 3, what would my reforms be? The first, and I'm just rehashing a little, we'll get to why I'm doing this in a second. The first, the double standard, I gave a definition just off the top of my head. He accepted it. The second, the double standard, he said he wanted to see evidence. That's what we're going to spend the majority of the debate quibbling about, I thought. And the third was, what should we do as reforms? And I, instead of beating, one of the things I like to pride myself in is I don't like to bury the lead. A lot of people I debate, I'll ask a yes-no question and they'll give a 5-minute answer and they won't say yes-no, right? I don't mind if you say, yeah, and here's why. That's fine. But if you just filibuster and it's like, yeah, he didn't answer the question, that's annoying. So I'm not going to bury the lead. I told him, I was like, disband the FBI, charge the people with crimes at the top level of it, blah, blah, blah. No sense hiding. That's what I believe, He agrees, disband the FBI. then what's the debate? He agrees on my definition and he agrees on the solution, disband the FBI. Well, the debate is, well, what's the evidence of the double standard? And he admits in his opening statement, yeah, the FBI has engaged in double standard against dissidents for years. Here's a bunch of examples of them going after the dissident left. I say I totally agree. In fact, I'll go further. Not only the groups you mentioned, but let's look at Muslim Americans. Right after 9/11, they cruelly targeted many of them, entrapped many of them. Agreed. I'm not a partisan that's only against the corruption at the FBI if it's targeted at people I like. I think that that's terrible. I've argued against it before Trump was in office. He couldn't accept that, but whatever. And yet, he accused me of only caring about it going after Trump. And as always, accusing me of the very thing that he was, because he then goes on to exhibit the only group that he's fine with targeting by the FBI, apparently, is Trump. He didn't say the only one, but he was willing to admit how corrupt they were when it came to the Black Panthers or Martin Luther King or Muslim Americans, but not Trump. Trump, they must have been on the up and up. So that's the debate, right? Okay, we agree on everything else. So the debate is, when I say there was a double standard regarding Trump, am I right? So I start to give, and I had tons and tons, but we just started to go right out of the gate, and he was interrupting me. That's the other thing. He'll accuse me of interrupting him all the time. He interrupted me far more than I interrupted him. So he would be like, wait. Okay, let's talk about that. Wait. Okay, let's talk about that incident. So he didn't look good. He did not look good in the debate. Now, why am I bringing this up? Because I think it goes along with the theme of seeing how pathetic Joe Biden is and how pathetic Kamala Harris is, as I was talking about earlier in the show. Stupidity is getting promoted up because the real people that are running the show like these morons because they're malleable. They can say whatever they want them to say. I just talked to two socialists, Ellen Degenerate and Justin Friedkin. Justin Friedkin spent his whole time defending the FBI's corruption against Donald Trump. So here's a socialist that supposedly, he actually mocked me, started mocking me when I talked about corrupt institutions. He mocked me, and his entire world and political view is basically that corrupt institutions are so bad that we need to have socialism. But he mocked me when I said there were corrupt institutions. Ellen Degenerate is a supposed socialist who spends all of his time arguing for why we should have to get a new Pfizer shot every 3 months and send billions and trillions of dollars to them. Good little socialist. How many people on the left that were some of the most vocal anti-war people 20 years ago are now the biggest supporters of war? These people are easy to manipulate by the people in power. They're nice, convenient little shock troops. The little worms that'll rat you out, See something, say something. That person didn't have a mask on. They love those people. The establishment loves those people. They're easy to sell whatever bullshit that they want. All you got to do is make them feel special. Oh, Black Lives Matter, says the FBI. We like LGBTQ people. We really like trans people. And yay, say the lefties. That's great. Bomb another country. Yay. Those are good people. But trust them, they care about the working class. Ellen DeGenerate supported policies such as lockdowns and then trillion-dollar spending bills that led to one of the largest transfers of wealth from the poor and working class to the upper class. He's a socialist who supposedly cares immensely about the working class. But that's what he spent his time advocating for, policies that benefited the rich. And did he say, my God, this is terrible? Nope, he doubles down and says, we need more policies like that. Next time it'll work. So I'm not just bringing this up because, these are morons that I debated. Though that's part of it. It's my show, so it's on the mind. But I draw those comparisons. I'm like, I see why these sorts of people are so attracted to kind of talking about politics in a way that ends up benefiting the establishment. Even though they claim to be anti-establishment, or at least their ideology is that would claim to be anti-establishment. Justin must not be here anymore. So I'm going to read, and I don't think Justin said anything in this Discord that was private, that would be worth censoring. So I'll go slowly to make sure I don't say anything, but I don't think there's anything here. So yesterday at 10:30, while I was still streaming, he messaged me, and then I responded, and we had a little conversation on Discord. And it went something like this. And we'll show the clips and we'll go through what he said. He says, the citations for my claims last night to counter the central argument you made that the FBI didn't attempt to verify the Twitter dossier. And he has a YouTube video. And then he says, I would be happy to engage with you with a moderator so that you can't pull your bullshit because I'm incredibly intellectually dishonest. Now, I just want to be clear. I have a lot to say about double standards and corruption at the FBI. We got hung up on a few short of them. We didn't talk much, for example, about the FBI targeting parents at school board meetings, or the FBI targeting Project Veritas or Steve Bannon or this pro-life guy, and the FBI allowing Antifa to run amok and allowing these people to run amok that were rioting over and over. We didn't get into a lot of that, right? We did focus a lot on the double standard in the Carter Page FISA, but that's fine. So that's what he said. He said, hey, here's my video rebutting your claim. It was your central claim. And I think I would be happy to debate. I'll repeat his exact words. He says, citations for my claim last night to counter the central argument you made that the FBI didn't attempt to verify the dossier. I would be happy to engage with you again with a moderator so you can't pull your bullshit because you're incredibly intellectually dishonest. So it sounds to me like he's saying, Rob, you were factually wrong about saying that they didn't verify the information in this dossier before they got a FISA warrant. I'd be happy to debate you. I just want a moderator because you're a bullshitter. That's what, just translating, right? So this is what I respond to him. I said, you got wrecked. You constantly interrupted. You're not good at all. And the article you read in this video proves my point, not yours. I'll be happy to set up a debate with a moderator on did the FBI verify the Steele dossier before using it to get a FISA warrant. Is that what you want? He puts a little laugh emoji. I'll turn my hat when I'm Justin Friedkin. I'll try to talk like I'm a little. And his response to me is, nope, and I didn't get wrecked. You talked over me, LMAO. What a dishonest piece of shit you are, dude. That's why I call right-wingers morons, dumb as fucks walking the planet. I'm sorry I hurt your feelings by telling you the dirty rhetorical tactics, and I didn't want you to employ from the start. Also, you did nothing but that. Seriously, complete idiot. I responded, I said, so you don't want to debate the topic I mentioned with a moderator? I'm fine either way. He says, fuck no, it's a nonsense topic. It boils down to me arguing an opinion about court documents versus you arguing an opinion about court documents. What it boils down to is you're upset Trump's under investigation, period. And you're trying to act like somehow being unfair to him when the reality is they treated him as if he was far above the law so far. Reality winner didn't get to negotiate back and forth when she was accused of having classified document. Jesus fucking idiot. Now notice he's just conflating a bunch of stuff. Now he's talking about investigating Trump for having classified documents and whether or not he was treated better than reality winner, right? I repeat, I go back to the top. He claims that he has a video that debunks my central argument that is showing that the FBI did attempt to verify the dossier. And then he says, quote, I will be happy to engage with you again with a moderator so you can't pull your bullshit. So I say, we're chirping back and forth, but I say, fair enough. Let's talk about this topic with a moderator. Good? He says, no, that's a bullshit topic. Big talker, right? I want a moderator. Cool, let's get a moderator. Well, no, I don't want to debate it. That's you know, and I just respond to him. I'm saying, okay, I said, that's what I thought. LOL. Goodbye, loser. And he keeps going. Not to mention, you want to talk about double standards? Let me point out yours. I watched your debate over an hour where it seemed you were incredibly upset about someone in the Clinton campaign lying to investigators and thought they should be charged. Yet when I read from the Mueller report about the Trump campaign lying, you didn't have the same gusto. Well, you must not have watched that debate very well, because my argument from the get-go has been, if we are going to charge people for things like lying to Congress or lying to the FBI or lying for FARA violations, that's fine. As long as you can prove they lied, I have no problem with that. I just want that equally applied to all sides. And so there were accusations of people surrounding Trump lying to the Mueller team. And you know what happened to those people? They got charged with crimes. And then there were people that were charged with or that were accused of lying under the Hillary team. And you know what happened to those people? They were given immunity and weren't charged with crimes. My point when I was having the debate with Pisco, specifically when Destiny was moderating on the lying of Paul Gambetta, was we're told that mishandling classified information and obstruction of justice are serious charges when it comes to Trump. And here was Paul Gambetta that deleted subpoenaed evidence and then lied about it repeatedly, and he wasn't charged. And I said, if we're going to go after Trump and Trump connected people for mishandling classified information or lying to the FBI, then why did this guy who did both get away with it? That was the whole point of the debate with Pisco, was to show the double standard at the FBI. And this moron watched that debate and it's like, oh, you're calling out those people for lying to the FBI, but you don't have the same gusto when it was people surrounding Trump. Well, those people were charged with crimes, and their lies were far less material. Their lies that they were accused of, for example, in the case of Papadopoulos, was misremembering a date or intentionally lying about the date. Or in the case of Mike Flynn, was for supposedly lying about whether or not sanctions were brought up on a phone call. He doesn't, Alex Jones, let me try an Alex Jones voice. It's a little different. Now you got it in my head. Yeah, you're right. It kind of sounds like Alex Jones. These evil motherfuckers, blah, blah, blah. Nah, I can't, He has a little bit more of a raspy voice, Justin Friedkin. So I just respond to him. I said, listen, you're a coward. You're running from the debate. You got crushed. You made excuses. You know nothing about these topics that you yourself brought up and insisted we not talk about specifics. I'm done with you. Have a good life. And then he finishes up. He goes, this is why I call right-wingers morons. I won on the double standard. I won on the incentive structure. You just gish-galloped about Russia because you have nothing else. I should have never let you dominate the conversation like that. If I'd kept it to reforms, which I intended to, I would have totally exposed you. Like, the whole Reddit post and YouTube videos about how dishonest you are, right? Yes, I'm aware that people that I have interacted with on the left, or that are fans of people that I've interacted with on the left, that don't think that the person they like did so well, that they just say, Rob's dishonest, Rob's bad faith, Rob gish gallops, Rob's a piece of shit. Yeah, I understand that people make posts that say that, and that's no different than Ellen Degenerate last night going, geez, when I search you on YouTube, the videos that come up the most are from people saying they crushed you in debates. Okay. Does that sound like someone who's confident they did well? Let me repeat what he just said, because he says he thinks he crushed me in the debate. He says, I won on the double standard. I won on the incentive structures. You gish-galloped about Russia because you had nothing else. I should have never let you dominate the conversation like that. If I'd kept it to reforms, which I intended to, I would have exposed you. Does that sound like someone who's confident they did well in that debate? That sounds like someone making excuses. He says if he would have kept it to the doubles, if he would have kept it to reforms, which he intended to, he would have exposed me. How? He agreed on my reform. My reform was disband the FBI. He said we should disband the FBI because of capitalistic incentives. What the fuck ever? Disband the FBI. That was my reform. What? He agreed. What's the debate? If he would have said, I think we should disband the FBI even more. No, what he wanted to talk about was he wanted to be like, I want, the government to nationalize the energy industry. What the fuck does that have to do with the FBI? You want to have a debate in socialism? Fine, we'll have a fucking debate on socialism. That's not the topic. You asked me specifically what reforms I would have about the FBI. And basically I was like, they're not reformable. Disband them. That was the debate. He didn't want that debate. Because he realized he wanted that debate until he got into it and realized he was getting blown out of the fucking water. So then he's desperately like, how can I bring it back to talking points I'm familiar with? I know, I'll talk about socialism. So he kept saying, well, isn't it because of capitalistic incentives? And I was like, no, corruption can exist without capitalistic incentives. It was just nonsense. It was nonsense bullshit that he was trying to squirm out of the debate. That's what it was. But nonetheless, he put a video up, and this video, I just want to show you, and I offered to debate him with the moderator on this topic, offered, right? He said that's what he wanted. He exposed me. He did a video showing how wrong I was about the FBI trying to verify the Steele dossier before they got a FISA warrant. He did a video, right? And he wanted a moderator because I have bullshit tactics, so he wanted a moderator. I said, okay, let's get a moderator. We'll debate this topic. No, I don't want to debate it. That's what I thought. Now, this Mitch, don't get it confused. Justin Friedkin did not shove Molly in his butt. That was the other guy. So. Whoa, that's not what I was looking for. Now, we're not going to watch this whole video. It's 2 hours, but we're going to watch a little bit of it, right? You ready?
Key point was that the FBI just trusted Christopher Steele and never attempted to verify the dossier, and that is simply not true. How the FBI attempted to verify allegations in the Steele dossier. This is from KXLY. Justice Department Inspector General's report paints a more thorough picture than ever before on what the FBI found when it tried to verify information in Christopher Steele's dossier on Donald Trump and Russia. I made the claim that about 70% of the Steele dossier was verified. That was Steele's claim. Christopher Steele said 70% of what was in the dossier was verified.
So let's stop right there. Right. My response to that is, right, there were things that were verified. For example, Steele's dossier talked about Donald Trump. It is true there is a human being named Donald Trump. It mentioned cities in Russia. It's true there are cities in Russia. It even mentioned things like Carter Page once spoke at a university in Russia. Also true. Yes, a lot of what the Steele dossier said was true because a lot of it was just clipped from publicly available sources. If you're going to tell a lie, what you do is you tell things that are believable. And you could spot a liar. This is a liar's tell that you could spot, right? Like, they'll give a bunch of unnecessary information that's seemingly true to buttress their claim. Now, I'll tell you a story. One time when I was bartending, I had a situation happen. I knew everyone in the little town where I bartended, so you had familiar characters. And a bunch of guys would come in the morning and shoot pool. And so the one dude's he's an okay guy, but he's a scammer, man. He'll scam you out of $5 if he can, you know? And so he's shooting pool with these other dudes, and they're over here at the pool table, right? And then way on the other end of the bar, a friend of mine comes in, and he's like, hey, I got a couple minutes. And he always had the same drink. It was like shot, a crown, and a beer. So shot, a crown, and a beer, pulls out a 20, gives it to me, leaves like $1 tip, takes the crown, talks to me for 30 seconds. Something's like basically slamming the beer. He's like, I got to go. And he's like, one more shot. And he pulls out another 20. I give him another shot. On his way, he's like, I just got paid. I just cashed my check. By the way, the bar I worked at didn't accept cards, so you had to pay in cash. That's going to kind of be important. So he's at the end of the bar, and no one else is in for the next 30 minutes. It's just these 4 guys shooting pool over here, and then my friend that came in at the end of the bar. About 30 minutes after my friend leaves, one dude shooting pool walks up, and he's like, hey, Rob, there's a $20 bill under this seat here. And I was like, oh, that was probably my buddy. He was in here. He said he just cashed his check. He was paying with 20s. Probably when he put his money back in his pocket, he dropped a 20. I'll take it. I'll put it in an envelope. No one says a word. Okay. These dudes end up leaving. So I'm in there by myself, flipping through TV channels, like wiping the bar. And the shady dude from the pool group comes back in and goes, I didn't want to say anything in front of those guys, but that's my 20. And I was like, what? He's like, yeah, that's... I'm like, why didn't you speak up then? Well, yeah, I didn't want to say anything. And I was like, you weren't even on that end of the bar. And this is what he tells me. He goes, no. I just went to the grocery store yesterday and I had a check, and the check was from my girlfriend's sister. And she gave me a check because I helped work on her car. So I took that check down to Riverside, the local grocery store, and had them cash it. So I had $20. Now, all of that information was probably true. He probably did have a check. I'm not accusing him of not owning $20. I'm saying that this particular 20 wasn't his. But he gives me a bunch of information that's probably true that he thinks that I'm going to be like, okay, he had $20 at one point in his life, and he specifically had 20 yesterday because he went and he has this specific story about cashing it. And so all those details, they're so specific, this must be his 20. But I'm not a fucking idiot. And I'm like, nah, I'm not accusing you of never being in possession of $20. I'm saying this fucking money ain't yours. And sure enough, later that day, my friend came back in and was like, I think I lost $20. I was like, yes, you did. Here's your money, and gave it to him. But do you see how all of these little details, they're true. Yes, there were a bunch of little details in the Steele dossier that were true about Paul Manafort had public relations that were publicly acknowledged with Russians in the past, and Carter Page had spoken at a Russian university. These shit was true. But the things that you would want to, you're not investigating someone because they spoke at a Russian university. They were investigating Carter Page because the dossier accused him of colluding with Russian spies in exchange for 20% of the Russian gas company Rosneft, which would have been billions of dollars. That's what they accused him of. They accused, what was Trump's lawyer, Michael Cohen, of meeting Russian spies in Prague. That was bullshit. All of the stuff that was the allegations that warranted investigation, none of that shit was confirmed. But yes, it is true that there were things confirmed that had nothing to do with those allegations. And then morons on the left go, see, 70% of it was true. Okay. So if I put together a document, for example, that says, I talked to the Chinese people, and one, Joe Biden has a son named Hunter, and second, he got paid by this Ukrainian firm, and third, he smoked crack in the past, he's done that, and fourth, Joe Biden sold our nuclear secrets to the Chinese. You're telling me Justin Friedkin would be like, oh, well, it is true that he has a son named Hunter Biden, and it is true that he worked for this company in Ukraine, and it is true that he smoked crack. That's 75% true. That warrants an investigation. Let's get the FBI on it. Time to investigate Joe Biden for selling nuclear secrets, right? 75% of my claims are already proven true. Of course not. And the other thing is, what's his proof that 70% of it was confirmed? Christopher Steele, the guy who was paid by Hillary to compile the dossier, says, well, 70% of it's true. That's hardly a fucking win for you. If I was Christopher Steele, I would be saying, I did my best to verify it's all true. But instead he's like, well, I was just compiling rumors. 70% of them seem true. Are you fucking kidding me? But anyways, let's go back to the video. So Justin Friedkin thinks this article says how the FBI attempted to verify it, and Christopher Steele said 70% of it's true. So Justin Friedkin's like, yeah, that's a win for me. Whatever.
Hey, Ant fans, no, Rob's not a socialist. Feel like you did not listen to the debate, and you want to try to gotcha me over stuff you don't even understand. And it's a common tactic with right wingers. That's totally cool. I get it. I want to read from the Brennan Center for Justice about why, even if the FBI hadn't verified the Steele dossier, it would have been derelict not to use the Steele dossier for the Carter Page FISA warrant as the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance
Well, notice that he skipped.
in order to surveil.
Notice he skipped right over that. Notice? He read the headline, how the FBI attempted to verify the allegations in the Steele dossier. Oh, here's the article. Just in case you're wondering, the Justice Department Inspector General report released Monday paints an even more thorough picture than ever before. Let's go back to his video. Same article, see? Let's read this article. Here's the article. He just put the headline up on his screen. There you go. That debunks it. There you go. Let's see. Let's see what it says, shall we? See, they attempted to verify it. All right, here we go. This article was written in 2019, December. The Justice Department's Inspector General report released Monday paints a more thorough picture than ever before on what the FBI found when it tried to verify information in Christopher Steele's dossier. Oh boy, Justin Friedkin's got me. It turns out the FBI did try to verify it. I guess I was wrong. Well, just for shits and grins, let's see what they did. Including attempts to verify the existence of the P-tapes, the alleged unorthodox sexual activity. Steele's primary source for the information in the dossier, for instance, told the FBI he or she may have talked about Trump's alleged sexual activities in jest and couldn't confirm whether the tape was real, the report says, quoting the source. Quote, the primary subsource explained that she reported to Steele that Trump's alleged unorthodox sexual activity at the Ritz-Carlton Hotel was rumor and speculation and that he and she had not been able to confirm the story. Now, isn't that exactly what I said happened? I said that the IG Horowitz was particularly disturbed that after they'd already got this warrant once or twice, I think it was after they got the warrant twice and used Steele's dossier to do so, whose primary subsource was a known Russian or suspected Russian spy, Igor Dushenko. They then got around to, we better check out Dushenko's story. After they used it for 6 months to spy on Trump, they were like, you know what, maybe we should check that out. And so they went and they talked to Dushenko. And what did I tell you the IG said? The Dushenko said, most of this was just rumor and innuendo. I can't believe you're using it. Because Dushenko sees the writing on the wall. It's like, oh shit. If I tell them, yeah, this is true, and then later they investigate and it turns out it's not, then I'm going to be accused of spreading disinformation. So he's hedging his bets already. It's like, well, it was just shit I heard. This is the warrant. This is the guy who's making the claims that Carter Page is a Russian spy. And he's basically like, I couldn't verify any of it. It was just jest. It was made in jest. And Horowitz said, what the FBI did was they went back to the FISA court and said, okay, we talked to Igor Dushenko, the primary subsource, and the FISA court's like, great. And they're like, and we believe he was telling the truth. And the FISA court's like, great. And the FBI goes, okay. And so the FISA court's like, oh, Dushenko said he seems credible to the FBI. He told the truth when he says that Carter Page is a Russian spy, blah, blah, blah. No, that's not what the FBI left out the part. Oh, and what he was telling the truth about was he was unable to verify any of this, and some of it was just in jest. That's exactly what I said in my debate with Justin Friedkin, and the source that he's putting to show that, it says in the title, the FBI attempted to verify the Steele dossier, says exactly what I said happened. Now, let's continue, because it gets even better. Many of the claims by Steele, a former British spy, have held up over time or have proven to be at least partially true, including the fact there was a concerted Russian operation to attack the 2016 election. Right. The Justice Department has brought criminal charges against dozens of Russian hackers, which they had to drop all of those, and online trolls for allegedly interfering in the election. Right. Facebook, Pokemon Go, got it. Steele's dossier also had asserted that Trump could be vulnerable to Russian blackmail, among other things. These salacious allegations in Steele's memo remain unproven, nearly 3 years after the memos went public. So in other words, the part that was true was that Russian trolls posted shit on Facebook. Okay. But the stuff that was salacious about Trump, even 3 years later, are unproven. Well, wait a minute. If my whole argument was before you used paid opposition research from a president's opponent, in this case Hillary Clinton, sourced by known Russian spies or suspected known Russian spies, shouldn't you make sure what they're saying is true, attempt to verify? This article is saying 3 years later, it's still unproven. So what's the big win here for Justin Friedkin? Well, they attempted to verify, but couldn't, and still used it. That's his victory? As long as they attempted to verify. No, Justin, that wasn't my argument. My argument wasn't, let's just say hypothetically, 2024 coming up and Republicans pay for a document against Joe Biden accusing him of selling nuclear secrets. And, people that hate Biden and the FBI spy on Biden based on it, get a FISA warrant to spy on Biden based on it. And people that like Biden would be like, well, that's bullshit. How could the FBI just, surely they had to attempt to verify that this information was correct before they started spying, right? And you're like, yeah, that sounds reasonable. But they did attempt to verify. And they're like, oh, so what was their proof that this was true? Oh, no, they attempted to verify and found out it was all bullshit. Those people aren't going to be like, oh, well, no problem, as long as they attempted to verify. No, if they attempted to verify and couldn't, then you don't use that to get a FISA warrant. The problem's not they didn't attempt to verify, though you'll see that is part of the problem. But the problem is every time they looked into, they could find no proof that any of this shit was true, and yet still they kept resubmitting it for a FISA application to spy on Trump, even when he was president. And this guy thinks it's a victory because he puts a fucking article up that says they attempted to verify. There you go, they attempted. Let's keep reading, though. The report on Monday gives a thorough retelling of FBI officials traveling abroad to interview Steele and a source of his and to keep track of the allegations raised in the dossier by the spreadsheet. Inspector General Michael Horowitz described an extensive effort by the FBI to learn about Steele's sources and interview his primary source. Sounds good, right? Okay. Steele's primary source, we now know is Igor Dushenko, on the dossier told the FBI and Steele that Steele, quote, this is Steele's primary source, Igor Dushenko, told the FBI that Steele, quote, misstated or exaggerated his or her statements in the dossier, according to the Inspector General's report. The FBI conducted interviews of Steele's primary subsource in January, March, and May in 2017 that raised significant questions about the reliability of the Steele election reporting. Justin Friedkin posted an article claiming that he debunked what I said that literally says in the article, yeah, the guy that was the primary subsource was like, dude, Steele's full of shit. And that the IG literally was like, this is very troubling. This has significant doubts on this dossier. My beard could use a trim. Next week it's coming. Now I just want you to imagine for a minute. Imagine this guy. The guy obviously watched a bunch of my debates before the debate. He prepared to debate me. He knew the topic was double standards at the FBI. He gets fucking blown out on the specific things he's bringing up. So then he's pissed off, right? He's so pissed off, he's going to do research. I'm going to look this up. I'm going to look it up. Oh, he Googles. He finds an article, how the FBI attempted to verify. There it is. I knew it. Then he's so pissed, he's going to put it in a video that he did. Then he's going to send me a link to the video and go, see, you're full of shit. See? And then it takes me 30 seconds of reading the article to be like, are you fucking daft? This article says exactly what I'm saying happened. Exactly what I'm saying. This is evidence for me. That takes a level of arrogance and stupidity that is unbelievable. It's no wonder that he didn't want to debate me on this topic with a moderator, because he would once more have got blown out. So his audience is like, oh, well, he showed an article saying they attempt to verify it. Must be true. Rob's a liar. And I'm sure one of them will go make a Reddit post, right? And say, Rob's dishonest. He said that the FBI didn't attempt to verify, but they did. And Justin Friedkin showed me. And then 2 months later, I'll be debating some other moron lefty. And they'll say, are you aware there's Reddit posts saying how dishonest you are? And thus the cycle continues. They are not sending their best, Aftershock. Because their best don't want to talk to me because they know they get blown out. But on a technicality, is Justin Friedkin correct? Did they attempt to verify before they got a warrant? So let's go back to what this said briefly. The FBI conducted interviews of the primary subsource or attempted to verify in January, March, and May of 2017. Okay, so the first attempt to verify, January 2017. Now, you would think that before you and again, I got him to admit, it was like pulling teeth, but it's very serious to get a FISA warrant against someone. It's a very serious thing. So it should be a high bar before you take people's Fourth Amendment rights away with a warrant. There should be a high bar of proof or beyond a reasonable doubt that you committed the crime you're alleged of. That should be even a higher threshold if you're talking about using information paid for by one political candidate to go after another political candidate. Then the bar has to be even higher because it's like, dude, this evidence was bought and paid for by these people's enemy. Then, when you're talking about investigating a president of the United States or a presidential candidate of the United States, the bar has to be incredibly high. So not only if you got this information, with a normal American, would you say, we better look into this and do what we can to verify it before we say we need to wiretap this person. We need to get a warrant against this person. You better make sure that the evidence you have is reasonably accurate. That's what you should do with a normal American. But if it's paid for by a political opposition and it's against the president of the United States, you ought to be damn sure before you're spying on them. So what did they do? The first thing you would do is, okay, all of the serious claims come from this primary subsource. The very first thing you do is say, we want to talk to that guy. Now, let me go back, and I've used this analogy several times before, right? Let me explain to you Christopher Steele versus Igor Dushenko and who the FBI should have been more concerned to talk to. Let's say that my neighbor's house gets broken in. He's not home, right? But my neighbor's house gets broken in and someone lights a fire there after they break in and they steal stuff. And so the fire department comes and the police are here and they're doing an investigation. And I'm out in the yard and the police go, can we talk to you for a second? Have you seen anything? And I was like, yes, I saw something. I was like, I didn't see anything, but I talked to someone who did. And they're like, what? And I say, see, my neighbor on the other end of the street, they left. But I talked to them and they said that they saw 3 kids in a black SUV fleeing the house. So my neighbor Sarah there said she saw 3 kids in a black SUV leaving the house. And they'd say, did you see it? I'd say, no, I didn't see it. But I talked to Sarah, and that's what she said. And then the FBI goes and talks to Sarah, and they're like, yeah, we talked to your neighbor Rob, and he said that you saw people fleeing the scene. And she says, no, I didn't. I was just bullshitting Rob. I didn't see anything. Now, does it matter what robnoerr says to the investigators then? No. My only connection is telling the police, here, I talked to a witness, and this is what they said. As soon as the police talk to that witness, my statement is irrelevant at that point. And if the witness says, no, that's not what I saw, or I thought I ended up being wrong, blah, 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 they're not going to be like, but Rob said you saw it, so you must have seen it. So we're still going to look for 3 kids in a black SUV. The same thing here. Christopher Steele isn't claiming to have personally seen Carter Page or Michael Cohen or Donald Trump do anything. He's just talking to Russians. That's all he's doing. He's talking to Russians, and then he's going to Hillary's team in the FBI saying, these are what these Russians told me. So before you use that information, you should, if you're the FBI, go, well, let's talk to the people that you're claiming to have talked to. And not only did the FBI not do that, but when they eventually got around to it, that person was like, yeah, the Christopher Steele was basically misstating things I said. A lot of it was in jest and blah, blah, blah. So what does it matter how reliable Christopher Steele is? Or that's it. That's the end of the fucking investigation. But it wasn't. They kept using the information. But it's Justin Friedkin right that technically before they got this FISA warrant, that they were trying to verify it. Because the number one thing you would do to verify it is you would talk to the subsource. You would talk to the witness, Igor Dushenko. So did they? Well, they talked to him in January. So I guess they did attempt to verify it before they got a warrant. Quick question though. When did they get that first warrant? The Carter Page FISA timeline from the Washington Examiner. October 2016, an FBI supervisor agent whose name is redacted signed their name to an initial FISA application saying, I declare under penalty of perjury that the foregoing information regarding Carter Page is true and correct. Top FBI approval and initial FISA application came from former FBI Director James Comey, who signed his name under the statement which read in part that the, quote, certified with regard to the redacted request in this verified application targeting Carter Page, an agent of the government of Russia, a foreign power as follows, and that he executed this certification regarding Carter Page in accordance with requirements under the FISA Act of 78. Top DOJ approval for the initial FISA application came then from then attorney Deputy Sally Yates, who signed it saying that she found this application regarding Carter Page satisfies the criteria and requirements of application set forth by the FISA Court Act of 78, and that she approved the filing of this application. A still redacted DOJ lawyer told the FISA court that the initial application regarding Carter Page satisfies the criteria and requirements of the FISA Act, and therefore the request that the court authorize the activity described therein. The initial FISA application was signed by Judge Rosemary Collier of the U.S. Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court, whose signature attested that, quote, on the basis of facts submitted in the verified application, there is probable cause to believe that the government of Russia is a foreign power and that Carter Page is an agent of Russia. The FISA warrant granted by Collier authorized the U.S. government to conduct a wide series of redacted surveillance techniques through January 2017, when the application would need to be renewed. Collier was appointed to the U.S. District Court by Bush. When was it? October 2016. When did they attempt to verify it? January 2017. That's right. The central claim that I made, that they did not attempt to verify this before they used it to spy, is absolutely 100% true. And the very source that Justin Friedkin gave to claim that I was debunked shows it. That's how stupid he is. That's how dumb he is. His source. Now, you can't fault him for his source doing this because it's the truth. The dates of these things are known, as I knew. I didn't know the exact dates, but I knew that they didn't reach out to try to verify until after the application of the first warrant. I knew that. I had read that. So you can't blame him for not being able to find a source that says otherwise because it's not the truth. What you can blame him for is he didn't even fucking bother to do beyond a cursory read before declaring victory. And not just declaring victory and then quietly walking off, but telling his audience that I was a bullshitter, that I was a liar, and that he was able to prove it. And then, because I'd have never known, I don't watch the fucking guy's channel, then messaged me on Discord with the link to the fucking video. He must have assumed that I would put in the same energy that he did. Oh, the headline says they attempted to verify. I guess that's that. Not only does it prove they didn't attempt to verify before the first warrant, but when they did get around to attempting to verify it, they couldn't prove any of the important shit was true. And when they finally did talk to the subsource, he basically admitted that Christopher Steele was misstating shit he said. What moral hypocrisy could he have beat me in a debate? I'm not sure what that would have been. So what he did was, and again, the whole debate was, are there corruption or double standards at the FBI, specifically regarding Trump and Trump connected, Trump supporters, etc. He agrees with me on what a double standard would be. He agrees we should disband the FBI. He reads a bunch of evidence that says the FBI has a history of going after dissidents, right? I agree. But he just disagrees. He thinks that they deserve to go after Trump, that it was legitimate for them to go after Trump. So when we start talking about the specifics, because, okay, that's what the debate is then, he would bring something up. He would bring up Paul Manafort. I was like, okay, let's look at Manafort. And then immediately, once he realized I knew more about it than him, he'd be like, I don't want to talk about Manafort. But that's not going to work, right? I've had that debate. So he could point out things the FBI has done that I've liked. That wouldn't be a moral hypocrisy argument, right? That would be no different than if I said, well, there was a racist police force in the Jim Crow South, right? And I think the police force should be disbanded. And you said to me like, yeah, but they caught that serial killer. Didn't you like that they got that serial killer off the street? And I'd be like, sure, that's fine. Yeah, they got the serial killer off the street, but there's no evidence that they're the only group that could have done that. We could have disbanded the corrupt racists that were running the department and replaced them with new people that weren't corrupt racists who presumably would also have been able to capture a serial killer. Yes, the FBI has gone after sex traffickers that aren't a benefit to them. That happens sometimes. Now, the most serious sex traffickers, Larry Nassar, sexually assaulting young people, Jeffrey Epstein, the FBI not only didn't go after, but actively tried to protect. So I'm unconcerned that they went after a few low-level sex traffickers or lower-level sex traffickers, or maybe even high-level sex traffickers that they didn't think could benefit them. But I would rather have an agency and money going towards agencies fighting sex trafficking that weren't corrupt and trying to steal elections and trying to cover for powerful pedophiles. That would be, so I don't understand. I don't think that he could have won that moral argument either. That's it. And D. Weezy, that you said it more concisely than I would. Justin Friedkin is that's why I bring this up, right? Because he represents, him and that guy last night, Ellen Degenerate, they represent more than just two moronic individuals. D. Weezy says, Justin Friedkin's the online left in a nutshell. And if you think about it, if a lot of the online left are like him, it's obvious why the establishment uses them. They believe everything they are told. Exactly right. Yeah, the debate was the double standard, but he asked me what I would do about the double standard, and I said I would disband the FBI, which he agreed with. He wanted to change the debate to like, he basically, this is what he wanted to do. He's like, yeah, you're right. A bunch of these agencies are corrupt, right? And the reason they're corrupt is because of capitalism. So if we just had a socialist country, then the agencies within that country would not be corrupt. That's what he wanted the debate to be. And me be like, I guess you're right. If I acknowledge there's a corrupt FBI, then I guess we have to get rid of private property. I guess we have to allow the government to control the means of production. That'll solve government agencies that are corrupt. That'll solve it. Like, that's fucking stupid and nonsensical. And it has nothing to do with the topic that we were supposed to debate anyways. But that's what he wanted to try to do because he agreed to the debate. And it's clear, like, it's another, like, way back when I debated Synth and Vadim on puberty blockers on modern day debates. It was forever ago. If you forget what happened, I debated this trans lady on puberty blockers, and I think she was drunk, and she got wrecked. Like, even the left was like, oh, this is bad. So then they're pissed. So they wanted to send better people from the left to debate me on the same topic. So it was a partner debate. It was Vadim and Synth, and they're going to debate me on puberty blockers. And so they give the opening statement, and their 15-minute opening statement was literally just like, we watched this video and you said this, and then you said this, and you said this, and you said this, and one time you said this, and one time you said that. They clearly did a lot of research. They forgot to do any research on puberty blockers and whether or not they were beneficial. But they did tons of research on things I'd said. That's what Justin Friedkin did. His preparation for the debate, instead of looking at like, okay, he's probably curious. Well, what's Rob going to say? I'm unfamiliar with this guy. It's clear that he watched my debate with Pisco, where I was talking about double standards at the FBI. Okay, so he sees what I'm going to say. So he could say, oh, okay, Rob's going to say that the FBI was corrupt in investigating Trump and they were corrupt in letting Hillary off the hook. I'll look into some of that and see. Instead, he chose to be like, I'm going to spend my time researching what I'm going to say about straw man fallacies and poisoning the well fallacies. That's what he did. And he did enough base level shit, right? Where he was like able to say like, well, Manafort got charged for lobbying with a Russian. Yeah, I know the specifics of that. And so as soon as he thinks he's going to say that, and I'm going to be like, well, that wasn't that bad. He thought that's the level of the debate we were going to have. That I'd be like, that's true, but it wasn't that big of a deal. He was unprepared for the fact that I've probably debated people for over 8 hours on Paul Manafort giving polling data to Konstantin Klimenik, a Ukrainian who is an asset for the Obama State Department, who was bragged about by the Obama State Department, and how successful having Konstantin Klimenik aboard was in going after to persuade Russians to do things. How there was a business relationship with Paul Manafort and Konstantin Klimenik previously, how the polling data was just basically publicly available polling data that wasn't anything that would be nefarious whatsoever, and how even the FBI admitted that there's no evidence whatsoever that Konstantin Klimenik ever gave any sort of polling data or any conversation with Paul Manafort to any Russian national from that point forward. I'm very familiar with Konstantin Klimenik. I'm very familiar with the FAR Act violations that Paul Manafort was alleged to have committed. And that he committed those in 2013 where he was lobbying with the Podesta group, probably to Hillary Clinton. I'm very familiar. So once he saw that, he was like, oh shit. Let's move it on to something else. It's very reminiscent of when I debated Fanatic, right? When I debated Fanatic and he was like, yeah, I guess if universities were giving people preferential treatment based solely on skin color, I would have a problem with that. And I was like, okay, well, here's a bunch of it. And he's like, let's table that. Let's table that. We can't talk about that anymore. Let's table that and talk about other stuff. It's very convenient. I bring something up and then, they bring something up, and then when I know more about it than them, they're like, we don't want to talk about that anymore. Nope. Now, on a side note, Justin Friedkin aside, you tell me, what do you think the left's reaction would be if, DeSantis wins in 2024 and he uses opposition research like this, and he has someone at the head of the Department of Justice, and they spy on whoever Democrat? What do you think the reaction would be? In this way. Never verified, got the warrant, spied on. What do you think the reaction would be? They went fucking ballistic when Trump threw Jim Acosta out of a press briefing. They went ballistic. That's fascism. That's fascism. Using the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act to spy on your political opponent. What do you think their reaction to that would be? Oh, and it turns out no one even attempted to verify it before using it to spy. And then when they did get around to attempting to verify it, they found out that it was bullshit. But Justin Friedkin's okay with it. He's okay with it because Orange Man bad. That's who these people are. Let me go back to the part of the conversation I had with Pisco about Martha's Vineyard. This was 2 Saturdays ago. I had like a 5-hour conversation impromptu. I was mocking the Martha's Vineyard people. If you've been under a rock or if you're just caught up in so many news stories, here's what happened. Something I'd called for years finally occurred. Where DeSantis sent illegal immigrants to Martha's Vineyard. And Martha's Vineyard not only could not handle the 40 people they got. How many people was it? Was it like 40? Whatever, a few dozen people, 50 people maybe. They lasted less than 48 hours. They gave them Biggie Smalls t-shirts and Fruit Loops and Chipotle, and then they kicked them on the ass and said, here you go. And not only that, they celebrated how great they were. It was so special. It was hard. Mi amo, mi amo, yay! They cheered as they put him on the fucking bus to the military facility. And so I was mocking, and I was like, here you go, there's Martha's Vineyard. Oh, not for us. We don't have the resources as one of the richer communities in the country. Not like those poor border towns. They got the resources to deal with tens of thousands. We couldn't deal with 50 for more than 48 hours. So I was doing that, and Pisco called in, and I was giving him shit. And I agree, Pisco seems like a likable person. I don't disagree. I think if Pisco was my neighbor, we'd hang out. We probably wouldn't talk politics much. And one of the things I said to Pisco is, you're full of shit. Like, how come you never, because he was like, he had said to me in Discord, he was like, this is the issue I care most about. It's why I got into being a lawyer, right? Is what he said. Okay. And I was like, then can you show me your social media posts where you talked about all this other horrible shit, Or do you only talk about it when you could go after conservatives like DeSantis or Trump? And he admitted at the end of it, he's like, it's funny, Rob, I looked up and I've only ever tweeted about illegal immigration twice, and once was critical of Trump and the other was critical of DeSantis. Right. And so I said, you don't really give a shit about these illegal immigrants. That's what I said to him. And that pissed him off. And then I modified my statement by the end of the debate. Because Pisco's like, I've done pro bono work for illegal immigrants. And no, I believe he does, Aftershock. I think you're wrong. I think he does care about illegal immigrants. He cares about the ones he talks to. It's just, he only cares about them until they're a hindrance to him. His care does not outweigh his love of the Democratic Party. So if he tomorrow is in his place of work, an illegal immigrant walks in, and it's like, I don't have any shoes or whatever, Pisco might say, that's terrible, let me go buy you a pair of shoes. I think he would care for that person. And if he's doing pro bono work, he might do pro bono work to get that person to stay in the country. I have no doubt that Pisco wants to advocate for illegal staying in the country. None. But once that illegal is involved in a story that puts public perception against the political party or ideology that he likes, well, it ain't worth speaking up. That ain't worth speaking up then. And so you could say, well, does he really care about them? I think I would still say there's real care there. It's just not willing. Again, I think that, I mentioned this the other day. I played the clip from Louis C.K., right? It's one of my favorite jokes. I always thought this joke was hilarious. It's from one of his stand-up specials. And I'm going to paraphrase. I'm not going to play the whole clip again, right? Right? And basically, Louis C.K. is like, I fly first class because fuck you, I'm rich, I'm a comedian, and it's awesome. You get to watch all the poor people go in second class. It's funny. Now, I think you're wrong, Aftershock. I think, it might be bullshit to say that that's not caring. You could quibble about the definition, right? So let me finish my story about Louis C.K. So he's like joking around. He's like, the poor people have to go in second class, and I get free booze and food, and it's comfortable, and blah, blah, blah. And he's like, and then you always see these soldiers come in. They're like, and he's like, and they're sending them off to fucking war. They're sending them to a foreign country, and they have to fly the same shitty airplane he's in, except coach. And he's like, and it's basically like having a second, another flight attendant. He's helping people with their bags and shit. And he's like, every flight I'm on and I see one of these soldiers, I think to myself, you know what I should do? I should give up my seat, my first class seat,
I should give it up for him. He's serving the country, and I think that's a really great thing, and I should give up the seat. And he's like, I never do. I've never given up the seat. He's like, but I think about it. And he's like, and you want to know what the worst thing is? I think it makes me a good person. I'm like, what a good person I am. Oh, I feel so good. I thought about giving. I'm not going to do it, but I thought about it. That's how Pisco cares. He'll make small sacrifices. Sure, I'll go to the soup kitchen. I'll help people. I'll work pro bono for 4, 6, 8 hours. But when it comes to having to defend something or speak up for illegals at the cost of harming his ideology, he ain't going to do that. You could say that's not caring. Let me ask you a question, Aftershock. Right? Follow me. Do you think I care about the people with disabilities I work with? I work with people with developmental disabilities. In your heart, do you think I care about them? Do you think that I would go support that person 40-hour weeks if my company said we can no longer pay you? But that doesn't, just because I wouldn't do it, doesn't mean I wouldn't care about them. Now, granted, that's not an apples to apples analogy, but I'm just saying, now we're getting into murky water. Right, I might help in other meaningful ways. That's what Pisco would argue he would do. Well, I'll help them get a job. I'll help them find representation to stay in the country. I'm just not going to call out the disastrous policies that's leading to their terrible... Well, that would be meaningful. Like, let's say that fucking some lawyer... Well, I don't know if he does that or not. That's what he was claiming to do. But that's the point I'm making. Anyways, that's how most of these, like, socialist type lefties, that's how they are. Right? They care when the FBI was targeting their ideological group or people they had an affinity for. That they cared about. But as soon as they target the other side, they don't care enough about outing corruption when that corruption's targeted at the people they don't like. They're like, well, we could live with this. That we could live with. And regardless of what we call it semantically, like me and Aftershock just going back and forth here, it doesn't matter what you call it. It's fucking worthless to the discourse. It's worthless to the outcome. If you only care about corruption when it affects your side, then you're fucking worthless. I care about the poor and working class. Do you? Both the last two people I debated. Do you? You care about them. Yet you supported policies that directly led to a large siphoning of wealth from the poor and working class. Now, by the way, that can happen and it doesn't mean you don't care. I've seen it. It's rare. But you might say, yeah, you're right. I was wrong. I still care about the poor and working class, but you're absolutely right. I supported those lockdowns. It was devastating for poor and working class. It was terrible. It was a bad thing for me to do. Does that mean they don't care about the poor and working? No, I would say you cared enough to admit you were wrong. Now, what are you doing going forward, obviously? That's a good point too, D-Weezy. You won't see me saying, oh, I do this. I say it all that, like, one of the most important lessons I ever learned in life. Like, I'll tell this story. The mere telling of this story kind of defeats the purpose of the story, by the way. So it's a weird paradox. But at this point, it's been a long time. So I'm 38. I was probably 13 or 14, to let you know how long ago this was. So 25 years ago, maybe. And I remember one day leaving church with my parents, and we went to the grocery store and brought groceries, and it was around Thanksgiving time. And my mom bought an extra turkey and, like, mashed potatoes and carrots and, stuffed cranberry sauce. It's basically stuff for 2 turkey dinners. And me and my brother are probably talking nonsense, cartoons or some shit. And we start driving. You recognize when you're not going home. You're like, where are we going? And they're like, oh, we're going to so-and-so's place. And I was like, what are we doing? And Mom's like, well, he got laid off from his job. So we're just going to drop some of this food off, put it inside their door because they weren't home. And my parents knew they weren't home. And I was like, oh, yeah, they're going to be so happy. Like, I can't wait to tell them. They're going to be so excited. And my dad just, like, gets super serious. And he's like, you don't say a fucking word. And I was like, what? He's like, you don't help people because you want to brag about you helping people. He's like, we're going to leave the food there, and then you don't say a word. No one will ever say anything about it. That's it. And that's the way it was. Never heard another word about it. And that was an important lesson for me, because it was like, I think so many people, brag about their charity or how they help people out and things like that. And it's one thing if you're asked and it comes up. I'm not saying you're always shitty to say you do something, but so many people, it's like, are you helping because you care? Or are you helping because you like to virtue signal that you care? I don't know. But that's why you don't hear me talk about, I tell people what I do for a living, but I don't think that makes me a hero. In fact, I downplay it because I'm like, I'll tell you right now, if I wasn't getting paid, I wouldn't do it. That's just the truth, And I think I should get paid more. But that's how I feel. There's a great Curb Your Enthusiasm episode that makes me think about this. I forget what season it is, but Larry David donates to like the NRDC. And they're building a new building. And it's funny because Barbara Boxer's in the episode. Is when she's still in the Senate. And Larry David donates like $50,000 or something. But then someone else donates like $150,000. And it ends up being Ted Danson. Or Ted Danza. But he's like, he said it's anonymous. Right? So Larry shows up and he thinks he's going to be the big man. He's like, everyone's going to think I'm the big man because I donated $50,000. And everyone's like, Larry, thanks for the $50,000. But we really want to say thank you to Anonymous. Thank you so much, Anonymous. And then Ted's anonymous, but he tells everyone that he's anonymous. And so everyone's like, isn't Ted great? He gave all that money and he didn't even want the recognition. He just said anonymous. And Larry's pissed. He's like, I didn't know that I could say anonymous, but then still tell everyone it was me. That's the option I want to check. Because Larry's argument's like, that's even more selfish, you prick. Because now you're getting the glory not just for giving the money, but for falsely claiming you're anonymous and telling everyone it was you. Is a funny little... I always love Curb Your Enthusiasm. But yeah, I mean, I don't know what more to say, like with these lefties. They're not sending their best. That was the theme of today. And it matters, right? It matters because it's not just rando fucking people, right? It's not just these two random idiots that I debated the last 2 nights. It's not. Right? It's people at the leadership. It's Joe Biden. It's Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris, it's the press secretary, Jean-Pierre. She's terrible. Kamala Harris is terrible. Biden's terrible. So many of these people, it's like they've never been battle tested, right? You might disagree with me. You might think I'm shitty, but unless you're being incredibly dishonest, I'm an effective speaker. I'm an effective debater. Even if you think that I've lost debates, you would think that. That's because my entire adult life, any ideology or political position I had, I was surrounded by people that said, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong. So you end up arguing it and you get better. I say that all the time. That's one of the privileges that I have. One privilege of being a conservative is you have to fight and claw for every bit of cultural acceptance that you get. I was in the debate community. It is the left of the left. Any little belief I thought was being argued by very intelligent people how wrong I was constantly. Is this a wrench convention of right-wingers? I don't know what that means. Go look at the Ben Affleck. Still, it's a clip that stays with me on Bill Maher, where he's arguing with Sam Harris about Islamic extremism. And Ben Affleck has no fucking clue what he's talking about. That's racist. That's just disgusting. That's racist. And Sam Harris is trying to explain to him, like, this point. And I don't
particularly like Sam Harris, but Sam Harris is an intelligent person. And Ben Affleck was absolutely confident to just not only say that everything Sam Harris was wrong, but that he was a horrible person for saying it. And Ben Affleck didn't even have the cursory knowledge to even step his foot into that debate. But he felt extremely confident. Why? Because he never had anyone in his life tell him, like, dude, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. What are you No, shut up. You're out of your lane. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. He didn't have that. I had that in spades. That's an advantage. Most of these lefties that you're talking to online, they went to some sort of school growing up where the culture was that this was the approved opinion. Most of their teachers probably had these left-wing opinions, right? So all their friends, all the cool people had these opinions. The authority figures at the school had these opinions. Then many of them went to college where it's even more extreme. Most of the entertainment people that they like share the exact same opinions. Almost everything they watch, even if it's not political, if they're just watching Game of Thrones or Marvel movies or listening to their favorite musician, when they look into them and find out the politics of the people involved in that, it's all in the same direction. And so not only do they think they're right just because they've heard the same talking points and no one's ever disagreed with them, they also think they're morally superior. And so when they run into someone that pushes back, they don't know what to say. They don't. They just resort to I don't like the tactics you're using. This is some sort of... They don't know what the fuck to say. Not all of them, but that's how so many of them operate. Oh, that's what he meant by wrenches. I forgot that's what the moderators on YouTube has. No, I just made 3. I almost never had moderators, but so you get those people posting porn links, and so I needed a moderator to. Mystic doesn't have a wrench. It feels cheated. But they don't know, but it matters, right? Because it's not just the random people you're talking to; it's the people in positions of power. Jean-Pierre, whatever her name is, the press secretary, she's terrible. Look, I didn't like Jen Psaki, but Jen Psaki was 10 times better than Jean-Pierre. Just way better. But Pierre probably, her whole life, just been, it helps that she's a black woman. So a lot of people are like, oh, you're great. You're breaking barriers. You did it. Yay. And they put her up there in front of the camera, and it's like, this will all work out. The media is just our propagandists, and 90% of them are. And then Peter Doocy starts talking. And she's like, oh, what the fuck am I supposed to say to this? It's just the old tired tropes like, you're wrong. This is dumb. I'll circle back. I already answered that, right? They don't know what to say. Oh, I'm sorry. Black female gay vagina. I'm sorry. Yeah. Is this another person who's like, you don't have many people watching you, so. That's true. I don't have many people watching. Maybe that makes me lame. But you know what's lamer? The person that's watching the person and complaining about how few people are watching. Kamala Harris. Inept. The tragedy of disasters of destruction is the destruction of the disaster. And when you realize the disaster itself is a tragedy, you understand recognizing the importance of the tragedy of disaster. What? Yeah, Fetterman, Harris, Jean-Pierre, Biden, the list goes on and on. Now, there are smart people behind the scenes that are running things, that are terrible people, corrupt people. But at the highest level, you have this sort of incompetence, and then they get away with it because so many people, millions of people, buy into it. And it's not as simple as they're stupid. That's not it. I don't think I'm the smartest person in the world. I'm dumb about a lot of shit. It's that there's this constant barrage of almost every institution that affects their life telling them the same thing. Have you ever heard of the, what is it, how do you pronounce it, Asch conformity experiment? Watch this, 4 minutes. Watch this for a second.
But an experiment is not a public opinion poll. It examines behavior under the pressure of social forces, as the experiment of Solomon Asch reveals.
The experiment you'll be taking part in today involves the perception of lengths of lines. As you can see here, I have a number of cards, and on each card there are several lines. Your task is a very simple one. You're to look at the line on the left and determine which of the 3 lines on the right is equal to it in length. All right, we'll proceed in this order. You'll give your answer.
Only one of the people in the group is a real subject, the 5th person with the white t-shirt. The others are confederates of the experimenter and have been told to give wrong answers on some of the trials. The experiment begins uneventfully as subjects give their judgments.
2. 2. 2. 2.
2. 3.
3.
3.
3.
But on the 3rd trial, something happens.
2. 2.
2.
2.
2.
The subject denies the evidence of his own eyes and yields to group influence.
1.
Asch found subjects went along with the group on 37% of the critical trials. But he found through interviews that they went along with the group for different reasons.
1.
1.
They must be right. There are 4 of them and 1 of me.
1.
This subject's yielding is based on a distortion of his judgment. He genuinely believes that the group is correct.
1. 1.
1.
2. 1. 2. 2. 2.
I know they're wrong, but why should I make waves?
2.
In this case, the subject knows he is right, but goes along to avoid the discomfort of disagreeing with the group. Here, the distortion is at the level of his response.
2. 2. 2. 2.
In the previous experiment, the naive subject stood alone against the group. In this variation, Asch gave the naive subject a partner, here seated in the 3rd position, who also gives the correct response.
1.
1. 2. 1.
2.
With a partner, yielding drops to only 5% of the critical trials compared to 37% without a partner. Although subjects report warmth and good feeling toward the partner, they typically deny that he played a role in their own independence. The partnership variation shows that much of the power of the group came not merely from its numbers, but from the unanimity of its opposition. When that unanimity is punctured, the group's power is greatly reduced. Sometimes we go along with the group because what they say convinces us they are right. This is called informational conformity. But sometimes we conform because we are apprehensive that the group will disapprove if we are deviant. This is called normative conformity. The strength of the normative factor is shown in another variation carried out by Asch. In this variation, the subject is told that because he had arrived late, he would have to write his answers. Subjects in this private response experiment are exposed to the same amount of misleading information as other subjects, but they are immune from any possible criticism by the group.
1.
1.
1.
And this enormously reduces the pressure to conform. Conformity drops by 2/3. Asch's experiment is a classic. It reveals how people will deny what they see and submit to group pressure. It allows us not only to observe conformity, but to study the conditions that increase or reduce its occurrence.
Now, this doesn't explain everything that I'm talking about here. Right? There's more to it than that, but that's a big part of it. So what happens when every major institution that influences your culture is telling you the same thing? A lot of people buy into it. A lot of people don't buy into it, but publicly say they do because they don't want to be ostracized. You hear this about Hollywood all the time. James Woods talks about it all the time. There's a lot of people in Hollywood that hate the super woke leftist shit that's infiltrated Hollywood, but they're afraid to speak out. So they just privately say, I'm with you, but... Now, am I in a little bubble here? Yeah, to some extent. That's one of the reasons that I'm so excited to talk to people that disagree with me. That's why I do it all the time. That's why people in my chat criticize me. They're like, how come you're constantly taking calls of people that disagree with you? How come there'll be 80 people talking in the chat and I'm talking to the one person that disagrees with me? Why? Well, that's part of why. I enjoy that. I enjoy the conflict. I enjoy the disagreement. And I like to test myself. But we're all in a bubble of some sort. We all have our own little, right? And you can see how this would matter in things like the clothes you wear, right? That's like a non-controversial thing. But if you're growing up and you're like, you know, in second grade and everybody's wearing some type of shoe and that's just all you know, that's your whole world, you might want that type of shoe. Then as you get older and you're an adult, if all your friends are really into, you know, watching football on Sunday, maybe you get into it. Maybe you just pretend to because you like hanging out with your friends, or maybe you start to get into it. Oh, I can't talk now, man. I'll be closing down at midnight, but I'd be happy to talk to you at some point. Absolutely. What country are you from? So I'm not saying that I'm outside of this potential influence, but I try my best to understand my own bias and to look for people with different perspectives. So it's not just a lack of intelligence. It's that everything's convincing people to go in one direction. All of the influential shit that influences our narrative, the social media companies, right? And you don't have to completely eliminate all opposition. It helps to eliminate effective opposition or to drown it out in some way. You're from Brazil. Okay. Yeah. Is Brazil considered third world? I don't know that I would have said that, but you live there. Maybe you know more than me. I would have considered Brazil not third world, but I don't know. I could be wrong. But it's difficult, you know? And so you have all these people, all the cool people are thinking the same thing, you know? And it's how I think some people know, and that's the difference between, you know, that Asch experiment, it would be the difference between bad faith or believing your own bullshit, right? And the bad faith person is the person that knows that the length of the line's not number 2, but they're still going to say number 2. And then they go out and they try to convince you it's number 2 when they know that it's bullshit. That's bad faith. But the person that's just like, I legitimately thought it was. Sao Paulo is similar to Chicago. Okay. That's a good question, Z. Is there anything the FBI does that isn't corrupt and actually good for the country? Sure. I'm sure there are individual agents working on crimes that aren't really political and that there's not a motivation for allowing them to continue that are doing work, that are arresting drug traffickers and stuff like that. But the leadership's the problem. And when the head is rotten, so we have these people, you know, and they've never been challenged. That's one of the reasons why I do what I want. Now, sometimes I mean, it's my entertainment. That's why I do this more than anything. But like, take when I interact with Destiny. You might not believe this. You might. I'm just going to tell you the truth. I have people, small amount. Let's say Destiny, if I debate him 10,000 people are watching live, and then maybe another 100,000 watch a video of it. I'll have a handful of people reach out to me and go, just want to let you know I thought you did very good. I never thought of it that way, and I disagree with you, but you see, the very people, by the way, that would accuse me of things like whataboutism, it's always back to Trump. You don't know anything about me, Thomas O'Keefe. I've criticized Trump heavily. I've criticized people that blindly follow everything Trump says. Yes, I acknowledge that. And when I'm talking to people that clearly you have an affinity for, you have to go, oh, about the people like Trump? How about them? How about them? The difference is this. The people that like Trump have no cultural power whatsoever. None. Every major institution despises them. Many of them treat them like they're terrorists, including our president. That's the difference. If they throw a Molotov cocktail at a protest, they're going to prison for a long, long time. If the other side throws a Molotov cocktail at a protest, well, maybe they weren't of sound mind that day, or it was mostly peaceful, or, they had reasons for doing it. Hey, what's up, peer review? Do I think friends or people are choosing friends too much based on politics? That's difficult. That certainly exists to some degree, but I would say that the problem's backwards, right? I would say that politics is downstream of culture, right? And so people probably choose friends primarily based, I think that one of the things that people don't understand, I think, and I could be wrong about this is just me spitballing, I think the primary driver in people choosing friends are who they have access to. Like, so for me, when I was growing up, I was friends with a bunch of people because they were the kids in town. So I was friends with them. If I had 1,000 kids to pick from, would I have picked the 15 that I was close friends with? Probably not. But those were the 15 around, so that's who I hung around with. Some I was better friends with than others. And even as we get older, that's true, right? So think of how this works. Let's say I go to Penn State University and I'm an education major. Okay, I go off to college. I'm probably going to become friends with the people that I see, and they're probably going to be people at Penn State that are education majors. And you could probably intuit, okay, well, on average, what's sort of the ideology or the belief set of someone who's an education major at Penn State University? How are they going to vote? Well, probably a majority of them share this, right? And you see this in studies where they talk about sort of censorship on college campuses when they ask people, surveys, and conservatives all the time say, we're afraid to speak up on campus because the culture around campus is because the way the culture has been driven for so long, and the fact that allows the people that engage in those sort of cultural preferences to be vocal. If you have trouble thinking about it, think about way back in the day when being gay was very bad, the 40s. People, you wouldn't feel comfortable if you were gay saying, yeah, I'm gay. Some did, but many didn't, right? Now it's sort of the opposite. Holy shit, if you could claim to be gay, then it's like, oh, you're cool. Yeah, great, But you see what I mean. And so you end up then, because of that influence, so then all your friends, probably 90% of your friends share sort of the same sort of cultural and political beliefs. And then you might then start to think it's weird if a friend comes into that group that doesn't share those beliefs. That's odd. I had it sort of different. I was unique. I came from an area where there was a bubble that went the other way. I grew up in a rural Pennsylvania town, poor town, where most people were apolitical. Most people didn't talk politics. But if they did, they were certainly conservative. Like, definitely, Then I went to college and I did debate, and everyone was super left wing. And at first there were people on my team that I liked, but I hated the greater community. And I still dislike strongly many of them. But then I started to realize, well, was I any better than the other people, right? If I was like, fuck these people, they don't understand me, blah, blah, blah. Am I any better than them? They're like, fuck this guy, he's a country bumpkin. So I was like, well, I'll try to make friends. I'll try to be affable. And I think that helped me make friends that even disagree with me politically because I was funny and I was fun to hang out with. I liked to drink a lot,
And so people were like, we just didn't talk politics. We talked about other stuff. But they knew that I disagreed with them. They didn't want to hear it from me. So I've always been able to separate it. I'm able to be friends with some. There are exceptions, right? There are some beliefs that I consider so heinous that, you start talking about sexualizing kids. That's it. I'm not gonna be friends with you. I'm not gonna be overlook that. Like, oh, you want to teach my 5-year-old about sex and Anyways, you want to come over for a barbecue this week? No, not happening. So, but it's sort of true what you said, peer review. Yeah. Then what happens is you choose your friends based on politics. That certainly happens. But I think that the precursor was set. You happen to be around people that ended up being largely like mine. And it's not all of them. It's just like that experiment I just showed you. Maybe only 80% were that way. But the other 20% felt that like, we don't want to speak up. So they just didn't. Well, that's part of what I have suggested for conservatives when I talk about politics as downstream of culture is, one of the things I talk to Republicans all the time. I'm like, the very first thing you should be doing when reaching out to young people is saying, we're the party of fun. That's why I think some of the shit that I see Republicans and conservatives doing now kind of annoys me a little. Like, I'll be the first to say that there is a culturally, we have this sort of cultural Marxist mentality where being a victim is the greatest thing that you could be, right? And we separate groups into oppressor versus oppressed. And if those oppressor groups, our culture doesn't celebrate and in fact denigrates, right? And so a white, straight male that's wealthy, it's fucking horrible. All those things are horrible. But if you're black and you're gay and you're female or transgender and you're poor, those are all great things, And so when you take an issue, or when you take an industry that affects culture like the entertainment industry, well, that's what the stories they're going to want to tell is now. And I'm well aware that in the past it was different. I'm well aware if you go back to the 40s, it's going to be the sophisticated, white, wealthy hero. Like, I get it. I'm not saying that's good either. Right? So I get that there's this push though. So it's like, oh, we'll rewrite stories of history and we'll make the characters black women instead of white men. And we'll, all the superheroes now, the good guy, I did a little review. I dipped my toes into movie reviews, the new Jurassic Park. I mean, it's just true. If you watch the movie, and you're not that intuitive and you're like, I wonder who will be good guys and who will be bad guys. Every single bad guy's a white person. And almost every character you see that's got a speaking role that's black, even if they seem to be bad people, at the end are actually good people. It's just the way it is. And I noticed it. I didn't give a shit. So I noticed that this stuff happens, but I still think the conservatives go too far with it. Right? Like, who gives a fuck? Then don't watch it. I mean, yeah, it's worth pointing out slightly, but it's like, sometimes I just think I'm like, I don't know. I didn't mention this on stream because I just think there's so many important things going on in the world that seems so out there, right? Did anybody see the new Buzz Lightyear movie? I didn't see it. I didn't watch it. So they weren't appealing to me. I have a kid. I guess maybe if he was a little older, he'd want to watch it. But the big controversy that I saw was there was a lesbian kiss. Now, I don't like sexualization of children. Right? So it's like, oh, well, let's see what it was. I mean, I saw the clip and I was like, this is what people were pissed about. I mean, yeah, I guess there was like a half a second kiss. On the grand scheme of things, I was like, I don't really give a shit. Now you could say, well, see, but they're intentionally indoctrinating this. Maybe. I'm sure that they did it for a reason. But if I wasn't looking to be pissed off, I'd just be like, oh, whatever. Was the movie good? Was it funny? And I heard that the movie wasn't that great, things aside from it. But I think that in some ways, I love the pendulum swinging back. In some ways, the pendulum needs to swing back more. But in other ways, I think that it's swinging back in ways that I don't particularly enjoy, And I told people this on the left. That this is the tragedy of being me. I want the pendulum to swing back. It needs to swing back. It needs to swing back hard. And if it does, which I hope it does, there's not a guarantee it will, but if it does, someday, 15, 20 years from now, you're going to hear me on here going, we need to stop canceling people on the left just because they're on the left. I think that it's bullshit, blah, blah, blah. You'll hear me doing that.
It's the truth. It's the nature of who I am. That's sorry, you know. It would be the easiest thing in the world. I would increase my viewership if I just picked a lane and stuck into it. How many people get pissed at me every time I debate right-wingers on gay marriage? People get fucking pissed because most right-wingers don't have my opinion on it. That's okay. I've facilitated a good audience where the people that watch me understand that they could disagree with me, and that's totally fine. Thanks for the follow. It work? On your grave. Thank you. So, you know, so I don't particularly, you know, like, I don't give a shit. It's stupid. It is absolutely stupid. You know, that every movie, it's like they gotta shoehorn their fucking bullshit ideology in. I just don't watch them. You know, or if I am watching it, I'll just roll my eyes and be like, it's stupid. And if it's too much, if it's like a show and it's too much, then I don't watch it. But, you know, and there are certainly times that it's worth pointing out on these shows. It's absolutely true. You know, but sometimes it's like the littlest things, you know, will set people off, and they'll just like, and they're, oh, here we go, same old shit. And it's like, I don't know. I didn't think that incident was that bad, you know? Well, it's not just about not giving an in. You can't come off as disingenuous, right? So like if I said, well, I'm against the sexualization of children, right? I don't want to see any romance whatsoever in any Disney movie or any fucking, you know, I'm against it. I'm just against it, right? But I ain't saying shit about, you know, The Lion King, you know, Simba rolling around with Nala. I don't say shit about that. But then there's a very similar scene, you know, it's half a second, and it's, you know, two black ladies that like one pecks the other on the cheek, and I'm like, oh, this is fucking outrageous. Here we go. It comes off as disingenuous, right? And people that we need to get in our side are like, really? You know, this is the battle we're fighting. You know, sometimes don't give an inch. It's a good mantra, but it could be overplayed, ironically, right? And it's like, you know, because I'm trying to convince people, you know, it's like saying this, Aftershock, like, well, then why not use political violence? Well, one, it's immoral. Second, it's not strategic. We lost the culture war, so we'd get crushed. But another reason is because we have the moral high ground. And there are people that are fed up with fucking if you don't agree with us, you should be censored, you should be attacked, you should be fucking canceled, you shouldn't be allowed to do banking. There are people that are fucking over that. And they're not speaking up. They're afraid to right now. But once there's a groundswell of enough people speaking up, they're going to be like, yeah, just like the Asch experiment we saw, right? Once they see that, like, okay, I always thought this was fucked up. There's another good example of this. I remember reading one time this article about people under Mao's China. And in Mao's China, they had to read out of this little red book. It was like prayers and stuff they'd have to read. Or, I don't know, prayers isn't the right word. Like saluting to the government and to Mao at certain times of the day. And after sort of Mao was out of power, they talked to some of these Chinese citizens, and they were like, so many of them were saying this. They're like, I thought it was stupid. I thought it was ridiculous. But I assumed everyone else was into it. So I wasn't going to say shit. And it wasn't until there wasn't the threat of force being on them, once they saw enough people speaking up going, this is stupid, they were like, oh, I'm not alone. Yeah, it's stupid. This is dumb. Right? It's the same thing. So we have that high ground, right? Like, and so when there is a serious issue where it's like, here we go again, them pushing the cultural bullshit, you know, here we go, you know, I think there are people that we need to convince, like, yeah, that's bullshit. But when you start getting super petty and it's like any little thing like, oh, here we go, this female protagonist punched this guy in the face and knocked him out. But if you look at her, you know, the size of her arm and the traditional density of a woman's forearm, she wouldn't be able to knock a man out in one punch like this. This is bullshit. It's feminist bullshit. It's like, yeah, or it was just a scene in a movie where a chick punched a dude and I didn't even notice it when I watched it and it moved on, you know? After Chuck says, we have to start playing the we know what you're secretly doing card. Well, that might be true, but that's a different issue. That's not what I'm talking about. I agree. Bump stock, Second Amendment, those are things that are a little different, right? Those are talking about established protections and rights in the Constitution. And should we compromise on them? No, that's a different question of, should I get fired up because a woman punched a man in a movie? Completely different question. Right. It's just one investigation. Completely different questions. Absolutely completely different. Children should not be sexualized. Okay, let's go through a list of movies, Aftershock. Right? So every single movie that you've ever seen, every cartoon show or whatever, if you've ever seen, I used to watch the X-Men show. When I was young, there used to be Saturday morning cartoons. There's an episode from a famous comic book where Jean Grey marries Cyclops. Boycott that, right? I should have boycotted that. Why are they dealing with marriage and kissing and stuff like that in an X-Men cartoon? Outrageous. That's outrageous, right? I couldn't. If there's a picture, if there was a comic book where it was just two girls holding hands, that's lesbian indoctrination. I should reject that in the strongest possible terms. We need to boycott this immediately. That's lesbian indoctrination. We need to do it immediately. Buzz Lightyear had a peck on the cheek. Boycott it. We need to get out there and boycott it immediately, right? It doesn't matter if they were caught saying they wanted to implement gay agenda. Who? If you want to boycott Disney, right? If your reason is because there was a peck in the cheek because of Buzz Lightyear and I'm going to go online and do 4 hours worth of video on it, I think you're a fucking idiot. And I think you're doing more harm than good. That's what I think. If you want to boycott them because you're like, here's the shit that the people at Disney were saying, completely different. I constantly see this sort of reaction content where it's like people getting super fed up over shit that's like... Like, let me give you an example. I happen to really enjoy the actor Idris Elba, which I have this coloring book. Colorful Fantasies with the Sexiest Man Alive. Idris Elba. Now, Idris Elba, I think, would be a fantastic James Bond. He's British. He's got that sort of suave demeanor. Now, I happen to know that they've been talking about the next James Bond, and they want to make them more diverse, and they want to make them less misogynistic, and the women have more power and shit, and that's all fucking bullshit, right? But that aside, if they pick Idris Elba, and maybe they factored in because he's black, I wouldn't give a fuck. I still like Idris Elba as an actor. Yeah, The Wire is one of my favorite shows. He's a great actor. He'd be a great James Bond. Now, they might piss on the series anyways and make it bad in different ways. But if Idris Elba was given the same James Bond movie as like Daniel Craig in the first Casino Royale, I think he would have did great. Now, would they have put him in because he was a black man? Maybe. And you could be like, that's bullshit. But I'd have still enjoyed the movie. 007th in Africa. I don't know about that. Yeah, and then that's what gets me. There's so many important issues, right? And it seems like we get bogged down on this, on like little dumb shit, and I'll tell you now. This is tough to talk about. I'll tell you another, right? Do you ever scroll through Twitter and you just see video after video of like fucking like mobs of black people beating the shit out of white people, right? And it happens. It's terrible. It's a real problem. Is that representative of all black people? No. Is there sort of selection bias because that's a story going on out there, so people are looking for it? Yeah. But it is true that there's a problem, and this is backed up by statistics. When you look at hate crimes and violent crimes by race, I think it's less about race. I think it's about economics and the geographic areas people live in. So if you live where I live and you're really poor, you're not sort of living on top of each other, right? But if you're poor and you're living in an inner city, then things are much more difficult and violence is more likely to come. So I think that's what it's more about. And I also think culture is more of an issue because when we as a country have told people that live in that circumstance nothing's their fault and there's no consequence and the police are evil, then it seems to make people feel more justified in that sort of behavior. But for me, it's not a race thing, right? It's not. But nonetheless, these videos exist and it's worth having a conversation about. It is. But then sometimes, like, you'll see something, right? And the comments you'll see on it, you'll see a black man and a white man get in a fight, and people will be like, oh, there we go, black man, another fight. Who would have thought? And I'll watch the video and be like, dude, that black guy was 100% justified. That white guy came up, starting shit, pushed him 3 times, and the black guy knocked him out. You're just looking to be outraged at this point about something. Not you specific, but you know what I'm saying? The people that are commenting. Or maybe you're just a racist. But, you know what I mean? So it's like, it could go too far. Where it's like you have this narrative in your head. Or, you think that everyone at the FBI is crooked. I do, right? Let's say a video comes out of a dash cam of an FBI agent has to shoot someone, and that person, maybe that person's even a Trump supporter, right? But that Trump supporter is holding an AR-15 and shooting people, right? And the FBI agent pulls out a gun to shoot. I'm not going to be like, well, because I hate the FBI, here we go, another example of FBI corruption. It might be corrupt. I might want to look at it. My gut feeling going into such things are probably the FBI engaged corruptly, but it presented evidence to the contrary. I'll give my honest opinion. But there are so many people that just want to be enraged about everything. And the problem with that is, one, it'll make yourself miserable. And second, the people that are watching that maybe you want to get on your side, they might not take seriously when you're making a serious point because you're focused so much of your time on shit that they're like, I think this is frivolous. I don't think it's a big deal. And that's why there are a lot of things that I don't talk about. That's sort of how I feel about gay marriage. The most convincing argument when I argue gay marriage against conservatives, the best argument that people make, I think, is just strategically absurd. And that argument is, well, you could give them all the benefits of marriage, but you can't call it marriage. Call it a civil union. And the reason is we think words matter. To me, that it's almost backwards. It's like, to me, at this point, you're kind of making the same argument as a lefty, right? Because the lefties are always arguing semantic. Well, technically, a man can get pregnant because of blah, 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 blah. And so it's like, and I understand that those people say, no, it's actually the inverse, that they changed the language. But for me, it's like, how many people are you going to turn off, though, with that? Right? Of all the things, like, we literally have an FBI that's fucking targeting people based on their political affiliation, locking them up and throwing away the fucking key. We're on the brink of World War III. We have an open border. So bad that it's even fucking up the illegal immigrants that are dying. Hundreds of them dying at the border, which is terrible for them as well. The economy's in the shitter. All of this shit. The shit they're doing with kids, with the castrations and stuff. Horrible shit. And people, there are a segment of people that I talk to, and their big issue is, I demand that gay marriage be called a civil union. And I'm just like, what? Same benefits. Everything's the same for them, but the language should change. And I'm like, for me, it's just like, okay. Like, I don't know. Now, some people, and again, it's all a matter of threshold. So people will say the same thing. Like, well, Rob, when you talk about like transgender issues and things like that, don't you think that's frivolous? No, that's a win. No, that's morally worth discussing. And it's also strategically a win. People are tired of that shit. They're tired of it. If the election was one issue, and that was, who do you trust on these trans issues more, Republicans or Democrats, Republicans would clean up. People are getting fed up. I can see why seating language is a big deal, but on that particular thing, I disagree. The idea of changing the language, I don't agree with in the first place. Like, who got to set exactly what marriage was, that it was just between a man and a woman, right? And secondly, even if that was the direct term and how we defined it specifically, right? The problem would be, just like you say, don't give an inch when it comes to bump stocks. This is the truth of the matter. And if you're honest, you'll admit this. If tomorrow we had it that way and we said, okay, gay people that are married still have the same benefits, still have the same, but they could no longer call it marriage. The state will no longer recognize it as marriage. They still have the same benefits when it comes to, spousal treatment in the courts or, in the healthcare system, et cetera, their insurance. All of that stays the same, but it's no longer considered marriage. It's considered a civil union. You absolutely know it wouldn't stop there. You absolutely know it wouldn't. Absolutely. The next battle would be, well, maybe they're not entitled to all these benefits. And so for me, well, I sort of agree. I don't think the government has any business in marriage. But if they're going to be involved in marriage, they can't discriminate based on consenting adults on sexual orientation. That's my opinion. You don't agree with that? You say true, well, hold on. What do you mean they wouldn't stop? I don't think they would. Some people wouldn't. Some people would say we should outlaw homosexuality. But that's not the argument that would win out culturally for the majority of the people. They wouldn't stop until there were benefits. There would be groups of people that would argue no benefits even for civil unions for gay people. That's what they would argue. That the government specifically gives out benefits for marriage because it's about procreation, it's about a nuclear family, and that could only exist with a biological male and a biological female. And so therefore, those benefits should not be imparted to what we're now calling civil unions because they do not provide that incentive because they can't procreate in the same way, and therefore they're not entitled to those financial incentives and treatments through the government. No, I totally disagree with you, Aftershock. That's absolutely what would happen. Absolutely what would happen. It just happened the other day. Go watch my debate with Pedro and Zen Shapiro. It's exactly what happened. Pedro's definition of Christian nationalism that he wanted to impose was basically, I should be free to practice my religion. Zen Shapiro's like, I'd make homosexuality illegal. I would have an autocracy that was ran by my version of Orthodox Christianity. That's exactly where it would go. Well, they don't have power now to change the definition from marriage to civil union. But if they got the power, then they would proceed to go further. But again, we're talking the hypothetical. Do you think that there's enough of a movement right now to make gay marriage illegal? And to change the definition to civil union? I don't think I'm reaching. I don't. There's not. Then bring it up. There's no way that more than 50% of this country think that we should ban gay marriage. It's just not true. Like you talk to BPF and them, they think we could get there someday. But he would also say, I think we could get to the point where we don't give them benefits as well. That's what he would say. It's not worth it. That's not your argument. Your argument's the opposite of that. BPF says eventually we'll get enough to say that it's not gay marriage, it's a civil union. And then he would say, and eventually we'll get enough groundswell to make it illegal in the first place. He wouldn't want homosexuality to be illegal, but he would say no benefits for even a civil union, I bet. You're saying there would be enough to say change the definition. Okay, then you're agreeing with me. That's the exact point I'm making. Now, fair enough. We agree. What's up, Gizmo? Okay, now you're saying you disagree. I don't understand what you're saying. But that's fine. But anyways, neither here nor there. Right. That's just your opinion on the matter of if it would happen. Who knows what culture would look like if there was enough people to say that we should change the definition of marriage to say that it can only be man and a woman and therefore it was civil unions. Yeah, you lean left, you're welcome here, of course. That's exactly how I feel, Ian Nova. To me, monogamous relationships are preferable to promiscuous relationships. And so if gays entering the institution of marriage are more likely to be monogamous, that's a win for me on its own right. And it's the same way I feel about gay adoption, right? There are so many kids that want a stable home. Do I think it's preferable to have a biological male and biological female as parents? Absolutely. But if the conversation is between two male parents or being in the foster system your whole life, I would go with the two male parents easily. And there are people, great people that happen to be gay that desperately want children that I think would be fantastic parents that wouldn't be attempting to indoctrinate their. Now, are there ones that are shitty? Of course. But thanks, Gizmo. I know I kicked ass. Well, the problem with the slippery slope, I don't disagree with the slippery slope argument, right? But the problem with it is, unless you're, right, very few of us are so extreme that we have the furthest position possible. Right? Like, I use the example with COVID all the time. I'm assuming with my audience, this will be an easier. I'll ask my audience a question here. Do you think the government should have the right, for whatever reason, to take away your rights anytime they want? Yes or no? Do you think the government has total control over your life, that they could tell you anytime they want for any reason, take away your rights? I'm assuming the answer with almost any audience, but definitely my audience, would be no, I don't think that. Right. No, you don't think that. But then on the other side of the ledger, do you think the government never has the authority to even temporarily restrict your rights? So they don't have the right to tell you how fast you're allowed to drive. They don't have the right to tell you that you're not allowed to beat your wife or your children. Do you think that? Probably not, unless you're like an ANCAP, right? Okay, of course, at some point they have rights. Yeah. So then, whatever decision we have then on the nature of, say, lockdowns, there could always be someone that if we're not one of those two extremes, there could always be someone that comes and is further to the left or further to the right of that, right? So if I say, only justify lockdowns in the case of like extreme, where at least 5 million people were going to die. That's the only case. If only 4 million were going to die, nope, no lockdown, right? I'm against that. And someone could come up to me and go, that's absurd. If 1 million people are going to die, they should lock down then. So I'll choose 1 million people. So they could argue at me at that side of it. Or they could argue at me and say, no. 5 million, that's too liberal. That's too liberal. It should be 10 million. Only if 10 million people die. 5 million is too liberal. They would be abusing that. And the problem is, like, that's kind of an absurd example. How would you prove 1 million, 5 million, 10 million, right? But you see what I'm saying. There's a sliding scale of what we're willing to accept. Right? And so I could say, yeah, I could see, like, for example, if a disease hit New York and 1 million people died in a week, could they quarantine people in New York and tell people they couldn't visit there? Yeah, I could see that. Right? And someone could legitimately say to me, but Rob, there'll be a slippery slope. Once you give the government the authority to do that, then they'll always find excuses. And the next thing you know, they'll be locking us down over the common cold. Could be true. But that doesn't mean that I'm like, okay, well then what's the alternative? The government's never allowed to do anything like that? I think that's bad. So I've done my best to pick my place on that line where I think that it's acceptable. Right? It's the same with this. The first argument I had with BPF on gay marriage went exactly like this. He said that he rightfully is pissed off about the sexualization of children and stuff, and he sees it going to pedophilic acceptance. That's where he sees it going. And he's probably right. That'll probably happen. And so he's like, so then we look up the chain, and we're like, what led to this? And one of the things that led to that was gay marriage. And so that shit needs to be banned because they were right about the slippery slope. And once we had gay marriage, then people were like, if you allow gays to get married, next thing you know, you'll see, all this other crazy shit. And it ends with like bestiality and kids and stuff like that, right? Right? That's the slippery slope argument. And then which my retort was, okay, but weren't there more restrictive rules for marriage even previously? Like even if it wasn't legal culturally in the past, we thought there were many people that made the claim that if we allowed marriage between races, that eventually it would go to a slippery slope that would lead to the bad shit that you're talking about. So should we outlaw interracial marriage? Right? And BPF was like, if you could prove that it makes it more likely for gay marriage to exist if interracial marriage exists, then sure, ban it. That's what he said. I think that's fucking ridiculous. Right? But you could always make that slippery slope argument. Right? You could make the argument, for example, you could make the argument you should only be allowed to marry someone within 10 years of your age. You could say that. If you're 30, you can only marry a 20-year-old or a 40-year-old. You can't marry a 50-year-old. Now, I would say, who gives a shit? If you're 30 and you want to marry a 50-year-old, have at her. I don't give a shit. Right? But someone could say, but that large age difference, 20 years, eventually that'll lead to a slippery slope where you'll see people wanting to marry 16-year-olds and then 14-year-olds and then 12-year-olds. Maybe. But that doesn't mean you still got to stop it somewhere. You got to say that could be true, but then we'll fight at that point. We can't, it's not worth saying then, well, then we'll end up so restrictive. No, you're wrong. We shouldn't outlaw interracial marriage. Thanks, John. What do you mean, wait, what? Was it confusing? Doesn't that prove your argument? Well, no. How would that prove your argument? What I'm saying to you is, so then let's go back to gay marriage, right? You're like, well, gay marriage, No, that I'm agreeing you could say that, right? Of course, I'm agreeing that we're all going to pick an arbitrary point. Well, not arbitrary. We'll have reasons to pick the point that we find it acceptable and we don't, right? So you have to, but it is true that part of the calculus is, will this lead to further things? Yeah. So I do acknowledge, if we had a very strict rules for marriage that you can only marry people within 10 years of your age within race, that would make it less likely that we would ever get to the point of gays getting married or, sexualization of children in schools. If we strictly enforced and had a culture that was enforcing, that's true. But I say it's not worth it. We could evaluate it, but I say, no, we could stop it down the line before that, right? But you still evaluate it. So when it comes to gay marriage, I say, let's do a cost benefit. It's certainly true that a negative of this could be that there will be people that will push further, right? Once you say, okay, you can have all the rights of marriage, but we'll just call it a civil union. There will be people that push further, right? And then what's the benefit we get? Some people get to feel better. It's like, ooh, I used to shiver a little when they called it marriage. Now I don't, because they call it civil union. That's the benefit of that is this much. It is the most minuscule benefit that I can imagine. In a world where we're on the cusp of World War III, and your issue is, I just feel a little icky, but I like the word marriage just for like the things that I liked. That's what I liked it for, just the things I liked. And now that the term is now, I just thought it should be a man and a woman, and now that it could be a man and a man, I don't like that. What's the harm to what's happening to you? No, it's not protecting the definition of words. That's not what it is. It's not conceding language. Now you're making the slippery slope argument. We can see the definition of words all the time, right? On a slight scale. Words slightly change meaning all the time. This happens. For example, the definition of the word, there's constantly slight deviations of words, like what we think they mean. I don't support legalizing polygamy, and here's the reason why. Because, again, the government shouldn't be involved in the institution of marriage. They shouldn't be. But if there's going to be financial incentives to getting married and things like that, it has to be between two people, right? Because the system would be abused if you could have that between 14 people, right? So for that, it has to be 1-to-1, right? Examples of words changing, right? So there's all sorts of words, such as the word meme, such as the word alt-right, such as the word democracy, such as the word war, right? Such as the word felony, right? Yes, that's absolutely true. Words constantly change. It has nothing to do with law. What do you mean, law? Let me see what someone said here. The scale up here. That's not the entire point of the marriage issue. The entire point of the marriage issue is there was a marriage, the institution was set up with the understanding. I never understood. Show me in the law where the law code that says marriage is man and woman. Show me where it says it. That the definition of the term marriage is... It's a stupid argument. It just is. And it's honestly, someday, this is what's going to happen. This is what I say. Someday, me and Aftershock will find ourselves, when the pendulum's swinging, I'll be on the opposite side of the issue of people like Aftershock. That's what's going to happen. They will fight so vehemently for, we have to fucking make sure that we tell gay people that, sure, we think you're equal, but it's about keeping definitions of words so you technically can't get married. And I'll be like, go fuck yourself, Aftershock. That's how I honestly feel. It's a bullshit argument. Your feelings of, but I feel that this slightly changes the definition of the word. Who gives a fuck that, illegal immigration and nuclear war and all that shit. I'm just so aggravated about this word. Holy shit, I wake up in cold sweats. Marriage. In 1943, this definition of marriage was man and woman, and they changed it now so that men can get married, and two men should be able to have all the rights of marriage. But, oh my God, it's ceding the language. No, it's stupid. Stupid argument. It's just absolutely, it's stupid. There is no benefit to it. There's none whatsoever. No, I won't agree that it's always been a man and a woman. I think that the government has, I agree that people talked about marriage in the context of sort of their own personal beliefs, their religious beliefs and things like that. I don't think that the government had any right in it. The government should have never been instituting rights for people based on the institution of marriage because it's not an institution that involves government. Marriage is about finding a partner that you love. Many religions said that that partner that you love could only be a man and a woman. People could have used that. So for example, like, let's say that I create a different religion tomorrow, right? I create a different religion tomorrow, and we'll call that Robism. And under Robism, I recommend that there is a union of matrimony between two people that love each other. And those two people, we could be two men, could be two women, but there is this union that is important because it's important to find your partner in life. And I choose to call that union marriage. Would you say, not as a matter of law, but a matter of religion, robnoerr, you could not in your religion call that union of two adults that love each other marriage? You can't do that because that'll piss off the Christian church, because the Christian church used that term previously and they specifically meant that it could only be a man and a woman. So you're co-opting that term. You have to come up with a different term. You cannot use the term marriage because you're co-opting that term, right? Because that's what happened. The state didn't define the word marriage. Marriage was a concept, an institution that existed religiously between private individuals before it was a matter of law. That's what it was. Before even European societies recognized marriage as a legal institution, it was an institution that was a cultural institution and one that was private, right? And so because of that, the government had no business saying, well, we're going to take that, right? And when they did that, each religion, each two private people could choose to call the union of two adults that love each other whatever the fuck they want. They could call it marriage. They could call it matrimony. They could call it civil union, whatever the fuck they want, right? You don't have the right to tell me that I can't call me entering in a union with a man marriage. You could say, I don't like that. When I say marriage, that's not what I mean. And I choose not to recognize what you have as marriage. But you have no legal recourse to tell me that I'm not allowed to say, like, it can't be illegal for me. You can't sue me civilly or something because I use the word marriage to describe my relationship. So then the question becomes, okay, well, once the government gets involved in that and says, now we have accepted this and we've accepted that marriage, the people that were like, oh, good, you've accepted marriage. Great, you've accepted marriage. But only in what my religion considers marriage. That's it. That's the only thing we'll allow. And if another religion or another cultural movement or something says, yes, we too will take advantage of these benefits we get from entering into matrimony, we too want engaged in that, we'll say that that's marriage. They don't get the right to call that marriage. They don't. They can have the same benefits, but they don't get the right to call it marriage because I belong to a religion that before your government instituted that law to talk about marriage had already defined the word marriage, and no one else is ever allowed to use that word marriage unless we in our religious and cultural preference institute a rule saying it's okay for them to call what they want marriage. That's fucking dumb. That's just, it's stupid. And what's the benefit of it? I don't get it. No, it's different than transsexual, that a biological female saying now that I'm a man. That's different. The left's run out of good debaters. That's true, yeah. But it's not just, even if the state originally said it's a man and a woman, the argument is when people say, well, the definition of marriage, they're not talking about how the state defined it. They say it's a religious institution. Am I wrong? Is that not what people say? Yes, I think gay people should be able to adopt. Absolutely. Absolutely do. We have a crisis where there are so many kids in foster care right now that need two loving parents. Absolutely. I don't believe people's sexual orientation should be a detriment to them being able to adopt. Even if it's probably preferential, and I think most studies show that it is, to have a biological male and biological female that care, it would be more preferable to have two biological men or two biological females a parent than to have kid languish in foster care. Are there gay people that will choose to indoctrinate their children with their ideological beliefs, some of which that I might not approve of if we allow this? Sure. But is it true that if we allow straight couples to adopt, that they could also indoctrinate children with ideological beliefs that I don't like? Yes, that's true. They could do so as well. So you can't then discriminate by saying, I think this group's more likely based on their sexual orientation to want to indoctrinate children to an ideology that I don't accept. Therefore, I'll make it illegal for them to adopt children. You cannot run a country like that. You can't. In my opinion, I think that's I mean, again, like, you have to weigh the cost benefit of these things. And then, like, I don't know. I'm open to debate. I'm opening to someone, like, there are people I really like my friend Sarah Kane, completely against gay marriage. BPF, against gay marriage. These are people I like. I'm not discriminating against Mormons and Muslims well, maybe I am discriminating, but it's irrelevant. The question I have isn't a matter of discrimination of people. That's not what it is. The reason that you don't allow polygamy is because the benefits are specifically geared towards two people. For example, let me ask everyone a question here. Kamala Harris came out today and said, when it comes to giving aid and benefit to people that suffered from the hurricane, we're going to make sure that we prioritize people of color. Is everyone cool with that? Let me ask you. You cool with that? You think it's a good idea to have the government give benefits to people based on their color? So if you're black, you get benefits if your house was hit by a hurricane, but not if you're white. Yeah, she said that. I'll see if I can find the clip. Yeah, she said that. Let's see if I can find it on Twitter. I do have to be done by 1 here. So here's what she said. And we'll see how many of you agree with this.
The families in Florida, in Puerto Rico, with Fiona, and what we need to do to help them in terms of an immediate response and aid, but also what we need to do to help restore communities and build communities back up in a way that they can be resilient, not to mention adapt to these extreme weather conditions, which are part of the future. On the point that you made about disparities, you know, when I was district attorney of San Francisco, I was elected in 2003. I started one of the first environmental justice units of any DA's office in the country focused on this issue, and in particular on the disparities, as you have described rightly, which is that it is our lowest income communities and our communities of color that are most impacted by these extreme conditions and impacted by issues that are not of their own making. And so absolutely. And so we have to address this in a way that is about giving resources based on equity, understanding that we fight for equality, but we also need to fight for equity, understanding not everyone starts out at the same place. And if we want people to be in an equal place, sometimes we have to take into account those disparities. And do that work. I know we are all
maybe you're right, by the way, whoever said maybe that was based on a previous hurricane, but nonetheless, there she is saying when it comes to hurricane relief, we should use equity of marginalized communities, so we should give that release. Right? So most people would agree that's bullshit. You can't do that. Okay. So if we agree with that, you can't look at people based on their race or based on their religion and say that you're entitled to these benefits, but other people aren't. They couldn't do that with race. You couldn't do it. It would be bad to do it with white people. It would be bad to do it with black people, bad to do it with Hispanic, whatever. I'm against all of that. If we're going to give benefits, The criteria can't be sort of immutable characteristics, right? If we're going to give benefits, they should be based on need. We're going to give people that are poor this much money. How do you define poor? Well, below this income level. Okay. I think some of those programs, that doesn't mean automatically give them, but if you're going to give programs, that's how they should be decided. I argue this all the time. Similarly, you can't be like, we're going to give incentive programs for people of a particular religion, right? So we think that there are incentives to getting married. There are tax breaks and things like that, but only people of the Christian faith that get married. That's it. Only people that meet that Christian definition of marriage. You can't do that. The reason that's not discriminating against, or at least in a bad way, discriminating, might technically be discriminating, people that are religions that allow polygamy is because the benefits are universal, and those benefits are two people. You can't then be like, oh, great, there's benefits through marriage. Here's me and my 50 wives. That doesn't work. Now you're getting benefits that are beyond the equal benefits that are given. You could choose to have those benefits as being married to one woman and live with the other 49 people. I don't give a shit about that. But the government should not give you benefits for that polygamous relationship. That's why it's okay to say no. But you can't discriminate those benefits from people based on sexual orientation. You can't. Now, that's a separate question to, can you give the same benefits but call it something different? That's a more reasonable position, but I still disagree with it. Legalizing polygamy is giving benefits. Marriage is a legally recognized contract, right, that comes with certain benefits and certain understandings. Legalizing polygamy takes those benefits from two people and applies that contract and benefits with more than two people. So it is. The government may not recognize polygamy, but you're welcome culturally to say, I'm married to several women in my definition. I'm only legally married to one as far as the law is concerned, but culturally, I find myself to be married to these 7 women. Have at it. But the legal ramifications of that must be equally applied. That's all I'm saying. And so I think even Aftershock agrees with that. Aftershock's just saying, well, we could give those same benefits, but we don't call it marriage. And I just think that it's not. But yeah, it is true. These debates are more interesting because at least the people on the right that I'm arguing with are fucking sensible people. Anyways. So that was the point today. The left's not bringing their best. Justin Friedkin. No. Now, I will say, if I could criticize myself for a minute here. One of the dumbest things that I've ever done, in that debate with Justin Friedkin, was I muted myself twice when I was trying to mute him. And that is one part of the debate he could say, through no actions of his own, that he crushed me and proved me to be a fucking idiot. Twice I muted myself. The problem was I got, if you could see my screen here on my OBS, you got your devices labeled and I had them backwards. Desktop audio and my mic were switched. So I kept trying to mute desktop audio, but when I clicked desktop audio, it was actually my microphone. So here I was just fucking rambling and everyone's like, oh. But yeah, there's so many perverts, people that are sexualizing children out there. It's disgusting. You know, I just think that we're wasting our time talking about the semantics of the word marriage, you know. It's not just benefits of Medicaid, Medicare, Social Security. There's a lot of benefits, right? So like, for example, I watch Judge Judy a lot, right? Judge Judy talks about this a lot. We don't have courts for almost marrieds. We don't have them, right? So if you and your girlfriend separate and you go to court and say, I bought that couch when I was with her, and she goes, yeah, but I bought the washing machine. We don't have courts that deal with that shit. We do have courts specifically designed with dealing with the legal contract of marriage, right? And so you go to a court and they split the assets and they have defined laws on how to do that. We have medical procedures that have to do with the legally defined contract of marriage. So therefore, if something would happen to me and I would be unconscious and I go to the hospital without some sort of written will, there are rights implied to my wife because we are legally married, that then she has these rights. There are the benefits you're talking about. There are tax breaks that are given. There's Social Security. There's other things like that. But that is an absolutely great defense for not legalizing polygamy. And it is an absolutely great defense. Sure, you get dependents for each children. That's different. That's a different sort of thing. Those dependents for children don't require marriage. That's a completely different issue altogether, right? Why don't you give more than two people benefits? Because if we did that, then one person could say, I've married my whole town, and then give the whole town those benefits. And we would say, the reason that we gave those benefits in the first place was because there was an incentive to basically have people living in. The reason they got involved in marriage in the first place was they were incentivizing a particular type of family. And you might say, aha, then that proves that it should be a man-woman, right? That's what they were implying. But no, you can't discriminate based on sexual orientation, right? So the intent was never to have a protection of the family that family implied 14 wives and 17 husbands. That's fucking stupid. What's wrong with giving benefits to the entire town? Do you really want me to answer that? You want me to answer that? It's not a very compelling argument that you're going down here. Okay, you want me to answer it. If that's the case, then we just give the benefits of marriage to everyone, right? Why don't we just print and give everyone $500,000 tomorrow? We'll give everyone $500,000. Their problem solved. Like, we've solved the problem with everything. You would say, well, that wouldn't solve anything, because if we equalize the distribution of that money, then it'll just cause inflation and everything will go up. If we're trying to incentivize marriage, right, and one of the incentives to doing that is that you get particular benefits from doing that, but instead we say, well, let's just give those benefits to everyone, then the incentivization of marriage is completely eliminated because everyone gets those benefits. Are you seriously arguing for polygamy? Is that what you're seriously arguing for here? Muslim countries do it. Then go live there. Problem solved. You could also go live in Soviet era, go live in a communist country where there's no private property and the government can give you all the benefits you want. Great. We're not talking about those countries. Right, and Jay's got the right answer. If you're Ukrainian, you get all the money you want. Single parents benefit more than married couples. This is a fact. What do you mean benefit? You mean benefits given from the government? That's true, and that's a huge mistake, right? We incentivize single parenthood through benefits that are given, right? But again, that's a separate problem. That has nothing to do with the institution of marriage. You're not arguing for polygamy. Stop strawmanning, right? You argued, why shouldn't we give the benefits of marriage to a whole town? And then you get upset and say I'm strawmanning when I say, it seems that you're arguing for polygamy. Can you tell me the term that you would use for your advocacy for giving the benefits of marriage to an entire town? What term would you use if not polygamy? Go ahead. You're right. I don't want to straw man you. Shil Nye, the Soyance guy, let me be clear to my whole audience here. I deeply apologize. I thought when he was advocating for giving the benefits of marriage to the whole town, that implied a polygamous situation, because I said if you had polygamy, it would be giving benefits to the whole town. That's absolutely incorrect. I incredibly apologize. He has a different word that he wants to use to describe an entire town being married together and giving them those benefits. Go ahead. What's that word? Sorry, I strawmanned you by using the word polygamy. Please, Shil Nye, please tell me what that word is. Thank you. Surely, we don't got all night. I want to be out of here by 1. So can you tell me what that word is? I deeply apologize for strawmanning and using the term polygamy to describe that. Communism? Yeah, that's probably the word he's advocating for. Yeah. Go ahead. Right, Cold End, but I wasn't arguing with the left. I was arguing with the right. Yeah, he also said it's not a good defense for not legalizing polygamy. Yeah, I understand, but look, I can't say I'm familiar with all the like scientific literature on this and stuff, but I'm well aware that most marriages dissolve. Is it most? I mean, I think it's over 50% of marriages don't last, end in divorce or annulment. And certainly a lot of people cheat. I take marriage very seriously, but yeah, I understand that there's attraction could change. I don't know the science behind it, but if I had to guess, Family Guy did a joke about this a long time ago, which I always thought was funny. Peter's looking at Joe's wife, right? He's like, ugh. And Stewie says, wait a minute, Lois is hotter than you. Unless you're just saying, oh, different is good. It's like, you know. So yeah, I'm well aware that, there's people's have wandering eyes. I'm sure there's science as to why. I don't know those studies, but I'm a firm believer that we should be structuring more of a... Oh yeah, I'm not saying you're using it as an excuse to cheat. I'm not saying that. Right, Cold End, I'm kind of with you. I think the state oversteps even being involved in marriage. I'm just saying if it's involved and it's going to give benefits to people, it can't discriminate on those benefits based on sexual orientation. Shil Nye, I'm not answering you anymore because you're accusing me of strawmanning because you said that you wouldn't use the word polygamy to defend. So I'm not now going to go back to your hypotheticals. It's not a straw man. Everyone that's watching thought that if you're saying, why don't we just give benefits to the whole town, the benefits of marriage? Everyone watching thought, oh, he's saying, why don't we just do polygamy? Why not allow it? That's what everyone watching thought. And you got a chip on your shoulder and said I was strawmanning you. And I said, okay, if you don't use the term polygamy to describe that, what term would you use? And you have no reason. The problem with limiting it to 4 wives is the same thing, just to a lesser scale. I didn't try to strawman you about a guy marrying the entire town. I didn't strawman you saying that. You're the person, when I gave that example, it was a hypothetical, an ad absurdum, taking it to the extension of how far this could go. If we say you could marry as many people as you want and receive these benefits, then theoretically someone could say, I choose to marry the entire town so we could all share these benefits. I didn't say that's what you were advocating for. You then said, why shouldn't we be able to do that? Now it appears that that's what you're advocating for. And I said, do you really want me to answer that? Do you really want me? And you said yes. So I gave you a chance to back out of it. I even said, are you sure? You're serious? You want me to answer that? And I said yes. Or you said yes. So I said, okay, I will answer that, right? And so I answered it, right? And then you said, how dare you strawman me? I gave you an opportunity to say, no, okay, I understand that's bullshit, right? So I didn't strawman you about a guy marrying an entire town. I gave that as a potential example of where this could go, right? And then you seemed to defend it, and I said, that's stupid to defend. Then you got upset. If you were choosing not to defend it, you could have said, oh, I think that would be stupid, obviously, right? So the problem with, okay, now we just limit it to 4 wives or 4 husbands. So now we've gotten rid of the example of the entire town. Well, the problem would be the same problem, except it's on a smaller scale. That the benefit was originally designed, which it shouldn't have been designed, that the government should have never been involved in the institution of marriage. But the idea was that it was originally designed for 2 people that entered into a monogamous relationship that was sanctioned by the state, and to give benefits to incentivize that sort of behavior. And even if the behavior you want incentivized is a man and woman, because you think that that's the sort of family union be most preferable, our government should not have the right to discriminate people that are consenting adults that want to engage in a relationship that meets the requirements other than the biological requirements therefore considered. There wasn't so therefore those 2 people that are 2 men or 2 women should still be allowed to marry. If you branch that out, it's different than the original intended. It's different than what the law was set up to do originally, which was to be a relationship between a man and a woman, right? Or I'm sorry, not just a man and a woman, but between 2 people. Now you would have it be between multiple people. That wasn't what was intended. It was specifically intended to have sort of a nuclear family type thing, not something where you had multiple adults living in the same house, more than 2 adults. That's what it was intended to incentivize. Therefore, it is not discriminatory to say that this benefits can't branch out to multiple people. The question is, is the government allowed to do when it comes to discrimination of benefits based on sort of, I don't know if immutable characteristics is the right term, but based on characteristics that aren't things based on sort of need and things like that, right? So your religion or your sexual orientation and things of that nature. The government does not have the right to discriminate giving benefits to people based on their sexual orientation. It does not. You could not say we will give welfare to straight people but not gay people. You could not say we will give welfare to gay people but not straight people. All of those policies should be illegal. Now, sometimes leftists try to do it, and I'm against when the leftists try to do that. And if people on the right try to do it by saying that we'll only give benefits to straight people or white people or something like that, I would also be against that. Right. That's not discrimination against polygamists. You're just building an argument. It's just an absurd. You're just stupid. You're just a fucking moron. I was trying to be a little polite to you. You're a fucking idiot. You're not a very bright person. It's clear. I don't know if you're a polygamy defender or if you just what you're attempting to do here, but you're clearly a fucking moron. That I can see. So, go back to asking why we shouldn't allow a whole town to get married together so they all have benefits, and maybe you'll find a channel that will entertain your argumentation. I just explained to you why it wasn't discrimination that should be illegal. Discrimination is actually a word that's well overused. For example, every person that I have chosen not to engage in a romantic relationship with, I have discriminated against. Discrimination means I have my preferences, and people that aren't in that preferential group, I decide to treat differently. So if I choose to not sleep with a transsexual, people could say, well, that's discrimination. Right, but it's no more discrimination than my choice not to sleep with anyone who's not my wife. That's discrimination against all of those people as well. Discrimination isn't automatically a bad thing. And you're technically right that anytime that you say these groups get something and other groups don't, that would be discrimination, right? I don't see the problem with discriminating in this context people in polygamous relationships, because the discrimination would be the same sort of discrimination that would apply to any policy that says that this benefit goes to a single person, right? It would be no different than saying, well, why shouldn't we allow people that claim to be two-spirit to collect unemployment for 2 people? They feel that they're two-spirited, therefore it would be discriminatory to not give unemployment benefits twice to that two-spirited person. And I would say, that's true, they might feel that that's discrimination, but the matter of the fact is biologically they are one person, and so I'm okay with that discrimination because the policy is designed to provide for the needs of that one person, and that one person is only one person despite what their beliefs might be. But technically you could say, but Rob, that's not fair. That's discrimination against the two-spirited. I suppose you could make that argument, and I would laugh at you and say this is a stupid fucking argument, and I have no problem with discriminating in that context with the two-spirited, if that's the word you choose to call it, discrimination. So I don't have a problem with discriminating against the polygamist by saying that benefits that were designed for two people should only be given to two people and not be given to as many people as they want because they want to enter into a polygamous relationship. I have no problem if they choose to claim that they are married but only get benefits of two people, so there is one spouse, there are one set of spouses, a man and a wife or whatever, right? And then they have 7 other wives or husbands that they think they have. That's fine. But the government should only be giving benefits to those two people. That's it. I have no problem with the government discriminating against polygamists. Great. What are you arguing about then? Oh yeah, I agree with you. Awesome. What you're trying to, I'll explain to everyone what you're trying to do because you think you're being clever by going down this. This is what he's trying to do. Like, I'm smart enough, I know what he's trying to do. He's going to make some other argument why polygamy. He's going to say polygamy is immoral, or polygamy leads to coercion of sex or something like that, or polygamy is against his religious beliefs. And so it should be outlawed and not legal for reasons aside from these benefits reasons. And if I just choose these benefits reasons as a reason to go, well then, then we could see that would be considered discrimination. But it doesn't matter because I have no problem discriminating against them in the reason I just said. And he doesn't have a problem either. And what he wants me to do is go, yeah, I guess that is discrimination, but I'm okay with it. And then he goes, aha, and for the same reason, we should discriminate against gay people. We should do the same. That's not what marriage was for the gay people. And so if it's okay to discriminate against the polygamists, which we both agree, then it's okay to discriminate against the gays. But not when I'm explaining that the reason for my discrimination against the polygamists is because that we should be giving benefits to two people. That's what it was designed for. So he doesn't like that because I don't fall into his little trap of his argument. So he says, this is a bad argument. Now, he can't tell you why it's a bad argument. When he tries to prove it's a bad argument, he makes stupid fucking statements like, why shouldn't we just allow a whole town to get married? That's what he does. Like, I'm well aware. I see where you're trying to go with the argument. Tell me I'm wrong. That's not what you're doing. There you go. See? Would I be fine with polygamy if the government didn't give benefits? I'm fine with I'm fine with people saying I have 7 wives and having 7 women live in the house. Yes, I'm fine with it. I don't believe the government should be involved in the business of marriage. If they are in the business of marriage and that business of marriage is between two people, then I'm okay with it being between two people. I'm not okay with discriminating based on those benefits because of someone's sexual orientation. I am okay with discriminating for people that are more than two people. Simple. Pretty easy. But you don't like that answer because then you have nothing to say. You can't articulate why that's not. Yeah, I agree with that. Craigopotamus, there are very few. Our government's massively expanded. But I'm not an ANCAP. I believe government needs to exist. And I'm also a pragmatist. We're not going to pare down government anytime in my lifetime to where it should be. Yeah, if the government called everything civil unions, I'd be okay with that too. But I don't really give a shit enough that like we're gonna change all this. Now it's gonna be called civil unions for everyone or just these people. It's just. You tell me, Shil Nye. If my neighbor says, Rob, I'm married to my wife. We've been married for 10 years. But we met these 3 ladies at the bar the other night and we decide we're gonna call ourselves all married and they're moving in with me. Do you make that illegal? You tell me, Shil Nye. Shouldn't be allowed. Those women should not be allowed to live there. He should not legally be allowed to say, that's my wife. That's what you're saying? Because the only part of marriage I'm concerned about saying anything whatsoever is the benefits part of it. Is the law, the way our government looks at it. That's the only part I'm interested in. I don't give a shit what private people choose to call their own relationships. I don't care. Well, even if gay marriage was detrimental to children, maybe you could see allowing gay people. Yeah, that's how I feel, Greg. Do what you want in your bedroom. I don't think you should, as long as it's consenting adults. That's coercing someone, obviously we would all agree, rape or sexual assault, that's wrong, and children, obviously wrong. But yeah, 4 consenting adults all choose to engage in. I might think it's immoral. I might think it's disgusting. I might not want to hang out with those people, but I don't think the government has any right to go in and sanction them. Do what you want. Shil says, I don't believe in polygamy, government or not. Well, that didn't really answer the question. Your belief in polygamy is irrelevant. So you could say, I don't believe that man's married to 4 women. Okay, no one says you shouldn't be allowed to say that. The question is, should the government say you can't do it? I don't think so. I think that's outrageous. So the only part when you say, should polygamy, if there were no government benefits, should the government allow polygamy? Yes, if the government wasn't involved in the institution of marriage, should they allow a guy to say, I have 4 wives? Sure. Because if they don't allow it, then the consequence is what? They go in and arrest him because he said he had 4 wives? That's stupid. No, I don't like outlawing. Well, the government shouldn't arrest people for polygamy. That's stupid. And I believe that the arrests for polygamy have to do with... I could be wrong about this point, actually, but I believe the arrests for polygamy have to do with being legally married to multiple women. But I do remember my wife used to watch that fucking Mormon show. I forget what it was called. And they had to leave one state to go to another because there were problems. I think that's outrageous. It's stupid. Sister Wives, that was the name of it, yeah. It's stupid. If that guy wants to say he's married to 7 women and live with them, fine. He shouldn't get benefits for being married to 7 women. He should legally only be allowed to be married to 1. Otherwise, he's committed the crime of bigamy or polygamy, and that's a crime. But he should, if he wants to say, these are my wives, I don't have a problem with it at all. I don't give a shit. Yeah. Well, it's limited to 2. Again, the government should not be involved in the institution of marriage. Why did they sanction marriage? Well, because there's legal systems and stuff that they have to be involved with. Now, the legal aspects that aren't benefit aspects have to do with things like, how do we treat 2 people in a relationship? So 2 people dating are treated by our legal system different than 2 people that are married, right? And the reason that they came up with this is because they said that relationship was different, and so your division of property and things like that, there should be different rules, right? And so for that, the context of married is... it makes sense to have it limited to 2 people because that concept would be vastly different. What would marriage court look like if you had 3 people? What would sort of custody battles and things like that look like if you have 3 people? It would be different. So it makes sense if they were getting involved on just that legal aspect to have a definition that said there are tight definitions of what this is. I don't think those definitions should be allowed to discriminate based on political or sexual orientation, but I could see why they would discriminate based on number of people involved, right? That makes sense. Then there's a second area, not just that sort of legal ramification, but also benefits. The benefits are given because there was an incentive to provide for people having children, having a nuclear family, right? And I actually think that those incentives should exist. I just don't think that they should be given through the government. But I do think culturally we should be incentivizing people to have a nuclear family. I think that it is a great thing. I think that it's one of the institutions that's fallen apart in this country a lot. The divorce is so prevalent and people just hooking up with people in non-monogamous relationships. I think that's bad, right? I might have a preference on what I think. I really don't, actually. I don't give a shit at all morally about gay people. I don't. I have friends that are gay. I don't give a shit. They're great people. If God thinks it's a sin, then God will deal with it. It's not my place to judge it. I don't care. I would trust them with my kids any day. They're great people. Don't give a fuck. So that's another thing that separates me from other people, because some people go, I'm okay with gay marriage. I guess it should be legal, but it's immoral. It's a sin. Maybe. I don't give a shit. I just don't. I just don't care. I don't care. And if people choose to dislike me that would otherwise agree with me on a lot of policies, because that's fine. That's everyone's right. Nonetheless, if you're trying to incentivize that, so you have these programs like, well, if you get married, you get tax breaks and you get all these benefits from the government. You can't. So that's why it would be limited to 2 people, because the idea was to have this nuclear family, monogamous relationships, having children, nuclear family, right? But you can't discriminate based on sexual orientation. So even if the intent was, we're hoping these 2 people procreate, which will help our civilization, even if that's the intent, you can't then give benefits that don't have to do with procreation based solely on people that have the biological ability to procreate. Like, for example, you wouldn't say, if it's just that, you wouldn't say, well, that woman who had a hysterectomy can no longer have children. We won't give her the benefits of marriage, because it was really about incentivizing children. Now, you could give benefits to people when they have children. That's fine. And they do. You get child tax credits and things like that. But the idea of marriage was to incentivize sort of this nuclear family structure. I don't think the government should have any right in it. You could incentivize it culturally, but I don't think they should have been doing it. Now, incentivizing children, that's different. Child tax credits and things like that, that's a different question. But that's different than marriage. Marriage to me is about who you love or what your religion says that union's about. That's the sort of stuff that marriage means to me. And I'm married to my wife. I did so legally because we want those benefits that are given and we want it to be legally recognized. But even if there was no legal definition of marriage, I'd still be married to my wife, because that it means something to me more than just the legal ramification of it. So that's why it makes sense to limit it to 2 people, because the original incentive was, right? Think about it this way. I will concede that the incentive was probably to have a man and a woman get married and have kids. That's probably what it was. But even if that is the incentive, you can't discriminate based on sexual orientation. Well, and it's when it comes to child tax credits, one of the arguments people make why we need to have so much immigration is the birth rates are declining in the United States. So you could say for economic reasons, for military readiness reasons, all sorts of reasons that we want to incentivize increasing that birth rate, right? But that's different than marriage. Again, why does it, so now you're getting on to incest, right? That's the next question that you're getting, right? It is so predictable. It's like, I've had these debates a million times, right? Why does it matter if the 2 gay cousins, why does it matter if they're gay, right? The question you're trying to get to is, well, should we allow incest? No, we shouldn't allow incest for various reasons. One, because incestual relationships, we have to have a cutoff at some point, but we would clearly say that you can't have a brother and sister marry, because one, there are biological problems with that, with incentivizing sort of a union like that we could literally see that it leads to all sorts of complications if there are children born. Second, it's hard to have a consensual relationship in that sort of environment, because even if it appears to be consensual, it's sort of like sex in prison. In that there's all sorts of factors into it, that there could be coercion. It also would incentivize things like, if you allowed that sort of level of incest, it would incentivize sexual relationships at a younger age, because there's sort of more cover that's going on because it's in the house. So at some point you have to say, look, if we agree that incest should be illegal, you have to have a cutoff at some point. I think cousin's a fine cutoff. I think that that's close enough that we see the problems with incest in a genetic code, why that would be close enough that there could be problems with that. So I have no problem. Whereas the second cousin and stuff, it gets murkier. So I have no problem. Third, again, there has to be a cutoff somewhere. I don't know. I guess we would judge that second cousins, third cousins might be all right. I don't know. Now, having said that, there have been unique cases where I heard of a case in Germany where a man and woman met and they got married, and then it later turned out that they were both in the foster system and they were biological brother and sister and had no idea. I don't think that marriage should be annulled. At that point, that's an extenuating circumstance. But yeah, Civil Rights Act's probably a bad thing too. Does that mean I want to include it in the Civil Rights Act? I don't know. Like, there's a question of whether or not the Civil Rights Act's a good thing or not, right? I don't think that you need, see, here's where I differentiate from some people. I don't think that you need something codified. I do think the smartest thing to do with gay marriage wouldn't have been to rely on the courts. I think that it would have been to just pass a law. But to me, a law doesn't need to specifically say, right? Like, so for example, let's say that I pass a law that says, all people shall be given, $1,500 back in their taxes if they volunteer 40 hours at a local shelter or something, right? And that's a law that the federal government passes, right? I don't think that law needs to say, oh, and by people we mean white people and black people and Hispanic people and Asian people and gay people and straight people. It doesn't need to say that, right? To me, it doesn't. It's implied. If these people are people, then you don't need to put all of those extra factors. The same is true of marriage. Unless marriage specifically says man and woman, in the law, then it shouldn't say. And even if it does say man and woman, then I guess the way you change that isn't unilaterally through the court, it's through the law, but it should be changed through the law. A Catholic baker should not be forced to bake a cake for a gay couple. It's a completely different question. You should be free, particularly for religion. You should be free to discriminate even for non-religious reasons. You should be free to discriminate because you're like, I don't like that person's sexual orientation. I don't like that. You should be, as far as I'm concerned, you should probably be allowed to discriminate people based on their religious preferences. Probably. You'd be like, I don't want to serve to Muslims. You should probably be allowed to do it. I think it's fucking heinous. It's reprehensible. I think that it would be a bad business decision. But you should probably be allowed to do it. But certainly it's a different level of if it's against your religious convictions. There's probably an argument to be made that in an ideal society, a restaurant should be allowed to turn down black citizens if they chose. Probably. It's complicated. It's not a moral thing. It's still immoral. But should you be allowed or forced to provide service to someone that you don't want? I don't know. It's difficult. You have to really think about it. I mean, the problem would solve itself because 99% of the time, we used to run this argument in debate, right? And the argument, there was an author that wrote about this that said, you should be allowed to discriminate based on race, but you should have to put a sign in the window that says, that's visible for everyone, that could publicly see all of the people you discriminate against, right? So it's sort of like terms of service in a sense, right? So it's like, all right, you walk in, you're like, here's the people, right? If you're not on the list, like if you walk in and you're white and you're straight and it says, we discriminate against black people and gay people, right? And then you sit down and you start eating and they're like, oh, now we find out that you're, Jewish. You're out of here, Buster. It's like, okay, you had to have that written so I didn't have to know that this business wasn't for me when I came in. And the argument would be, if you advertised like that so everyone could see, you'd be out of business pretty quickly. You'd be shit out of luck. You hung a sign up almost anywhere in this country that said we won't serve black people, short of like some very, very small bubble areas. You're going to go out of business. Or you won't go out of business and you'll attract like-minded people. And that's okay because those people of color wouldn't have wanted to be there anyways. See, that won't happen. What if grocery stores and restaurants don't want to serve blacks? It wouldn't happen, right? Yeah, banning guns, but not porn. Yeah, porn probably does do more damage than guns. That's probably true. Animal. Can you believe how pathetic this Shil Nye guy is? Okay, incest, what about animal marriage? You're doing this in the reverse, by the way. Right? You're supposed to start with the most ridiculous example, and then when I rebut it, then go to a slightly less ridiculous. That's what you're supposed to do. What do you think I'm going to say about animal marriage, given what I've already said about incest and polygamy? Just take a guess. What do you think I'm going to say? Any clue? You think you can work it out in your head what I'm going to say? Or do you think that I was like, I'm against polygamy for the reasons that I've stated. I'm against incest for the reasons I've stated. But yeah, animal marriage I'm cool with. You think that's what I'm going to say? You fucking idiot. Yeah, restaurants should be allowed to discriminate if you're not wearing a mask. Absolutely, they should be. Sure. Now, again, I don't know. I think pragmatically, I would probably say it would be pretty bad to, at this point where we're at in the country, to say, oh, okay, now all of a sudden restaurants are allowed to discriminate based on religion, race, et cetera, et cetera. It probably, pragmatically, it's not going to work. I would choose to leave things the way they are. But ideally, now there should be exceptions. For example, if you're getting any sort of government benefit through your work, right? So you got any sort of grants or anything like that, absolutely you should not be allowed to discriminate. Right? That's different because now you sort of have public funds going into your business. So if that's occurring. But if you're a baker and you're like, I don't want to make a cake for this person for insert reason, I don't think you should be forced to make the fucking cake. And particularly the situation with the gay marriage, again, that was different too, because it's not as if everyone said, first off, the people went shopping, outrage shopping. So they went to several bakeries looking to be denied. Second, it wasn't just, I won't make you a cake because you're gay. It's, I won't make you a cake for this ceremony, which was the marriage, because I don't believe in it. Right? So this sounds stupid, but it would be like, if you came into a cake shop and you said, hey, I would like you to make me a cake celebrating my abortion. And the guy said, no, fuck you. I think that's evil. I won't do it. Right? That's different than a woman comes in and goes, I'd like you to make me a cake. You know, my husband got a promotion. And that guy goes, didn't I hear you've had an abortion in the past? No, I refuse to make you the cake. Those are different. And there's questions on what levels of difference, what should we do with each of those, but it's different. And so with that gay baker thing, right? It's not that you're pissing me off. You're proving yourself to be a moron, Shil Nye. Again, this might as well be what you're doing. You'd be like, do you think that people should be allowed to have 9 wives? And I'm like, no, and here's why. And you're like, okay, but should people be allowed to have 20 wives? And I'm like, no, I already said they shouldn't have 9. Okay, but should they be allowed to have 100 wives? It's not testing my logic when I've already taken the least ridiculous example you've given and given my opinion on it, to then take a more ridiculous example. My opinion's not going to change in any substantive factor. I'll answer your question even though it's fucking ridiculous. And then I'm done. If you ask another question like this, I'm not going to ban you from the channel, but I'm just going to mute you so I can't see you, because you're proving to be fucking ridiculous, right? No, you should not be allowed to marry animals or get benefits for marrying animals. Animals aren't human. Being a human is a precursor to consensual relationships, 1. Second, the benefits are designed for humans. Therefore, the benefits should not be derived to animals. Do I need to keep going? He did it. The logic tester. There we go. So, like fucking clockwork. You start talking about bestiality and there's Sonsel. I bet Sonsel was sleeping and like he just had a little twinge in his neck. Woke up. It's like someone on the internet's talking about bestiality somewhere. Is it Cenk? Is it Cenk Uyghur again? Oh, it's robnoerr. robnoerr's talking about bestiality. There he is. There he gets Sonsel coming in with the hot takes. Bosch on it all. That's funny. Oh, not BC. Right, you should be allowed to marry your dog, but not have sex with them. Got it. It has nothing to do with just a moral point of view. In fact, almost nothing I said there had to do with morals. I said that you can't have consent. That's not morality. I mean, I guess in a sense, but everything's morality if that's morality. And that they're not human, so they're not entitled to human benefits. That'd be like saying, "Oh, Rob, why are you against armed robbery?" And I said, "Well, because it harms people and it's theft of their property." And you're like, that's morality. You're talking about morality. I guess morality is part of that, but there's actual physical harm. It's the same thing I'm saying here. By the way, one time, this is a true story. One time, I was friends with these two brothers, and I was drinking with one, and the other, I was at his apartment, and we're drunk, and the other one comes back with these two girls, and he's kind of going out on a date with one of this girl, and the other one's our friend. And we're like doing something, I don't know what the fuck we're doing, just drinking, watching like football or something like that. And shit happened to me all the time in college. People would be like, "Oh, you're a debater." And I'd be like, "Yeah, let's argue. Let's debate about something." And I'd be like, "I don't want to debate about something. I want to watch football. I don't want to." Sometimes I like debating. Sometimes I don't like debating. And this shit happened all the time when you'd be drinking. "Oh, you're a debater. I want to argue with you." You know? And so my buddy, I could say his name, his name was Troy. He's just looking at me like, "Bro, fucking." And so I'm drunk, and me and his brother sitting there kind of laughing. And I don't know what comes up, right? But they're just arguing about just like this, basically Shil Nye, like this type of intelligence level, right? And this girl's, just like, somehow they start talking about relationships and stuff, and and she's like, "Well, do you think that we should be allowed, that people should, it's a good thing." It wasn't about legality. It was just like, is it a good thing? "Do you think it's a good thing for people to cheat on their girlfriends?" And I'm like, "No, I don't think that's a good thing." "Do you think they should be locked up?" I'm like, "No, they shouldn't be locked up, but it's a shitty thing." And so she just kept pressing me. And finally, somehow she made this comment. She's like, it's like, it's the same with animals. You can't sleep with animals because that's a bad thing. Because, I was like, "Well, because of consent." And she's like, "Yeah." And I was like, "Well, yeah, if you're a guy and you're sleeping with the animal and you're doing the penetration, that's non-consensual. But if the animal's penetrating, then surely they're into it, right? That's consensual, right?" And then she just sits there and she's like, yeah, I guess you're right." And my friend Troy, who's like out on a date with this girl, is like, "Rob, shut the fuck up. What are you doing to me?" And I was just laughing. I'm like, yeah. You get that shit all the time, though. Is Trump running for president in 2024? Yes, I think he's running. Weird how we're talking consent with animals when we kill and eat them every day. And true. It's a true statement, right? But there is a biological process for why we're killing and eating, right? That makes it acceptable. The idea of having sex with an animal, it is a living being that's not consenting to that, and their biological reasoning is something that we deem unacceptable, and rightfully so. All right. We're done with the marriage conversation. How the fuck I got roped into that with all the things we could talk about tonight? So, I will delete, as always, I delete all my videos off YouTube because I get mass reported now. So I have to delete them after I do them. Yay, life. Yay. There's a billion things to be pissed off in the world. Being upset about the semantics of the word marriage not being able to apply to two men or two women, I think is, to me, would be, one, I'm just against it. I'm against that sort of argumentation. But even if it was something I was concerned with, I'd be like, well, that's so far down the list of shit that I'm concerned about. Well, sorry about that, Noble Savage. Yeah. Is it wrong to have sex with dead animals? The question of consent's out the window. Yeah, it's still morally wrong. It's morally wrong because it's disgusting, right? And so there is a sort of, sometimes we infer morality based on things, based on our interpretation of what is clean or what is disgusting, and things like that.
I have no problem with assuming that in the sense of morality. So there are just certain things that we say are, should it legally be wrong? Probably. Because it's, can be harmful to food sources and things like that. Contamination reasons could contract and spread disease, etc. So I didn't say everything that's disgusting is immoral. I didn't say that at all. Is it wrong to eat shit? Yeah. The answer is because God said so, yeah. No, not everything disgusting is immoral, no. But there is a significant, it gets to a root. I mean, that's not here's what's interesting about that question. Once you start to talk about morality, you have to have some sort of reasoning where your sense of morality comes from. So if you're religious, you could say, well, my morality comes from my religion, from my holy book. I'm Christian, therefore the Bible. That's where my morality comes from, right? And that's fine. And I, at one point, was an atheist. I consider myself Christian now, but I'm non-denominational. And I'm not super practicing. I believe that Jesus is the Son of God, and we should model our life after him. But I also believe people could be what I consider moral through a different path, through a different religion, or even through non-religion. But one of the things that's difficult for atheists to come to terms with is where do they get their sense of morality? And they might say things like, humanism or things of that nature. But it's going to be subjective at some point. Sure, there are things that we, through process of, trying and error, almost every human could agree is wrong. Like rape, okay. We might disagree on exactly what is rape, but the idea of forced non-consensual sex with another human being, we'd say, yeah, okay, that's wrong. Again, there's exceptions. Not everyone with rapists might not say that, but you know what I mean? But when it comes to other things, it's like, well, where does your sense of morality come from? Because the problem will be, what you'll find is two humanists might disagree on the minutia, on the specifics, right? And so then, if two humanists can disagree, well, then there's not a set code. And basically your code's arbitrary to yourself. Your unique code is different than everyone else's. And so the question is, well, how did you come up with that code? Where did you get it? Where were you inspired to? And if it's a static thing, if it's a thing that you could latch onto, why didn't the other humanists come on to the same thing? One of you must be wrong, right? Well, I didn't say consent mattered if you were having sex with a dead body. I didn't say that. Well, great, Wano. There's arguments the other way as well. But that's what I'm saying, right? It becomes difficult. Now, here's my problem, right? So you might say, so you're beyond that, Rob, because you consider yourself a Christian. Let me ask you this. Only answer this question if you identify as a Christian. Is being homosexual a sin? I didn't argue bestiality from a moral point of view. That is not what the argument I had. I said, one, it had to do with consent. And second, we only give benefits to humans. They're not humans. Yeah, so the people that identify as Christians say that homosexuality is a sin. I consider myself a Christian. Guess what? I don't have a problem with it. So then the criticism I have of the atheists that you pick and choose, the atheists will point right back to me and say, well, you're picking and choosing, right? Yep, I guess you're right. Well, that's different, whether or not Christianity is a system. Right, we're not talking about laws. We're just talking about our own code of morality. How do we decide what's moral and what's not?
And if you don't have a stable, well, here's a document I could look to that I believe that tells me, then you have to, it's difficult to come up with your reasoning. It's hard to put into words why I think this is moral and why I think this is immoral, right? That's different. Consent is not a moral argument. I mean, it is in the same sense that everything's a moral argument. Why am I still talking to this fucking idiot? Hey, Shil, do you think that armed robbery should be illegal? Does it say those words exactly, Mitch? Do I believe that God is an example of what is morally right and wrong? God is an example? No. I asked you a question, so it has nothing to do with insulting. You can answer the question or not. I don't know that God, I think that Jesus is the figure I would look at for the sense of morality. I would say God's above morality. For example, God could theoretically arbitrarily decide to wipe out an entire city, but it would be immoral for me to do that, right? I don't have the right to make that judgment. So, for example, if a modern day Sodom and Gomorrah existed, I can't be like, I am within my moral rights to exterminate this entire city, right? Why? Because I get my code of God, my code of morality from God, and God did it so I could do it. I think that it's, I could be wrong. I'm non-denominational Christian, but I would say that I would think Christians would say, well, no, Jesus is the blueprint for morality, right? God is an entity beyond our understanding of what humans can and can't do. Let me answer for Shil Nye. Shil Nye will say, yes, I'm against armed robbery. And I'll say, why? And he'll say, well, because it's using violence and force to take people's property. And I'll say, well, if I chose to give you my property, that wouldn't be a crime, right? And he'll say, right, that wouldn't be a crime because you chose. And I said, well, therefore the problem would be a problem of consent because I did not consent for you to take the property. And he would say, right, because I used violence to coerce you into giving me. And I'd say, well, that's morality. That's a question of morality. So you're saying that armed robbery is illegal because it's a question of morality. That's what we would say about every law. Yeah, cold end. I don't know that it's a sin, right? I know that the Bible says it's a sin. But I choose to behave as if it's not. I never understood anyways the fascination with it. Like, to me, maybe I would love to talk to Page or BPF or someone that I know is more well-read in the Bible than me, but this is how I always looked at it. The reasoning behind why homosexuality is a sin is the same reasoning why premarital sex is a sin. And it has to do with sex for personal enjoyment is it's lustful, right? And so the idea is you meet someone that you spend your life with, a partner, right? And your union is sanctified in the eyes of God. And then and only then is it a non-lustful situation, right? But if that's the case, then gay sex is the same as premarital sex, is the same as oral sex, right? Like, all of that has to do with sex outside the eyes of what God has sanctified. And I ain't judging people that got BJs in high school or in college, I don't know what else to say. It's not like I'm like, oh, wait, what's that? You hooked up with a girl at prom? Fuck you, man. Sinner. Get out of my face. No. I shouldn't, and I don't. And it's... And it might be a sin. That's fine. But we don't have a movement, that I'm aware. I mean, I'm sure there's incel. He kissed a girl on die, right? I mean, to me, it's just like, it always seemed like the vitriol against like, well, being gay is a sin. It's like, well, yeah, but I would say over 90% of the people that I know committed the sin of premarital sex or a sexual act premaritally. And so it's like, I ain't judging them. Why am I going to judge the gay person? I don't care. Yeah. And, you know, my feeling was like, it's not between me, as with any sin. When you die, you'll be judged. I ain't going to be the one judging you. No, that doesn't mean that oh, you're a murderer? Whatever, not my place. No, there is a time and a place for me to judge, and it might seem somewhat arbitrary which things that are sins that I judge and which that I don't. I fully confess it's arbitrary. But I don't know, I can't give a better explanation than that. Yeah, I always thought that as well, UFC Casual, that Jesus, as long as you accepted Jesus, it's understood that we all live in sin, and so that it's all forgiven. But I don't know. I always get on this gay marriage shit because it's the one thing I know that I could argue with conservatives about. And it's just nice to argue other than this Shil Nye guy. I'm giving you a hard time, Shil Nye. You're not that bad. But, you know, compared to the lefties that I've been arguing with here lately, Jesus, let me tell you. So I'm going to wrap up here. I was supposed to be done a while ago. So go back. I delete my videos off YouTube now, the live streams, because I get mass reported, and then I get community strikes from YouTube, blah, blah, blah. Couple things that I'll recommend. First, check out comfy.stream. I believe the stream there worked tonight. You could check out on your computer, comfy.stream. On your phone, you could check out app.comfy.stream. The chat still appears to not be working, so we need to get that working. We'll work on that. Well, I think that the truth somewhere in between, if I could say real quick. I think that your sins can be, it depends on your denomination, but I think that your sins can be forgiven, right? But the idea is, if you're really accepting Jesus into your heart, then you won't purposely sin over, right? You wouldn't be like, well, that's okay, I might as well just keep sinning because Jesus has forgiven me. Yeah, I can do whatever I want. I don't think that's it. There has to be genuine contrition. And if you're continually engaged in an act that is sinful purposefully, then that would seem that your heart hasn't shown genuine contrition, right? And this is weird, this is going to sound weird, but that's why a murderer could be forgiven for their sin, because you could hypothetically murder someone, accept Jesus into your heart, and truly in your heart realize that you have done wrong and ask for forgiveness for that sin, right? But if you're in a gay marriage, I guess this would be the argument, you're living in that sin every day, so you've never really had contrition, right? You would have dissolved that marriage if you actually had contrition. And so Jesus can still forgive you of that sin, or you could be forgiven of that sin through Jesus, but only if you've really accepted Jesus into your heart. And maybe you haven't if you're still purposely engaged in a sinful act. But then the other side of that is we all know that we'll always engage in sin. I don't know. This shit's, I mean, you'll find me one of the least interesting, like, philosophical, religious people out there. I don't feel, again, there aren't many Christians, I think, that of my prerogative that think like, listen, if you're Jewish and you behave in a way that I think aligns with my moral code of ethics, I don't give a shit. If you're Muslim, if you're atheist, I don't care. I'm going to judge you based on the actions that you do. And if those actions line with what I consider my code of morality, that's all good with me. If you say, yeah, the way I got there is because I read this book by Stephen Hawking, okay, good for me. You know, that's all right. And that's between you and the big man, as far as I'm concerned. I'm not too worried about it. I want to associate with people that I like, that I think are engaged in behaviors that I think are good for me and good for society and good for themselves, and that they're enjoyable and a joy to be around. And whatever steps you take to get there, that's fine by me. And if, you know, you don't have to answer to me, you know, you don't. So So, I don't know. And I know that's not, there is a credible argument, I think, that Christians make, which is, and it aggravates the shit out of me. I sympathize with the people that make this argument that says, you're looking at the stories in the Bible of Jesus wrong, right? That what happens is that the left can weaponize that, right? Not just the left, anyone could, right? So you could say, oh, well, illegal immigration, but Jesus wouldn't have turned down an illegal immigrant. But that's sort of a bullshit way to look at it. And that's usually people that don't even believe in it that are weaponizing it against you so that they could get some sort of political or ideological win, basically using your own compassion against you. Right, that's Cain. That's what I always said. People say, and I struggled with this, as a kid. It was like, I don't understand this. I don't understand, right? And someone else tell me if I'm wrong about this. The way I was taught was you could not give into heaven unless you accepted Jesus as your Savior. Unless you accepted Jesus as the Son of God, asked for forgiveness, and was truly contrite and thought that Jesus was the Son of God in your heart. That's the only way you could get into heaven. That's what I was taught. I don't even know what denomination I was, right? In what way is that BS? Because the idea that because Jesus personally would have behaved in a certain way, we don't live in a society. One, we're not Jesus, and second, we don't live in a society where that would be compliant. So, for example, Jesus could say, I would accept anyone in my home. Well, therefore, should you have to accept 1 million people personally into your home? Well, of course not, because it's not practical. And even though Jesus could have found a way to maybe accept as many people as possible in a home, he would clearly understand that as a family, you can't welcome people in your home to the point where it would cause severe detriment to the people in your home. Even if he as an individual was capable of doing that and having immense forgiveness and welcoming everyone, right? So the argument doesn't apply, right? And there are the passages about render unto Caesar which is Caesar's, etc., right? So these sorts of things don't apply. And Oh, I hear my boys up. I should have been downstairs. I got to get downstairs. But, so, given that, even if someone behaved in a way that we would consider very non-sinful, right, that, abided by sort of the morality outlined in the Bible, but they just said, well, actually, I'm Jewish and I don't accept Jesus as the Son of God, they wouldn't go to heaven. But the serial killer who spent his whole life murdering and raping people, gets the death sentence, and 2 weeks before he dies, reads the Bible and says, you know what, I want to be forgiven. He goes to heaven. So the noble Jewish person that lived his life, lived for his family, lived to benefit his society, he goes to hell, but the serial killer goes to heaven. That's difficult to understand. And the best way, I then talked to people that said, well, no, God could see into your heart. And so some people still say, to my understanding, you have to accept Jesus. I still struggle with that a truly good moral person that isn't Christian can't go to heaven. I don't know about that. I don't know. But when it comes to the serial killer, you can't just be like, fuck it, I'll do whatever I want. Ha ha ha, I'll sin, I'll do whatever I want. And then at the last minute, I'll pray and I'll be all right. Because God would know what's truly in your heart. So you can't do that. And if you truly were contrite, then it would be horrible for you to know that you lived this life of sin. And I don't fucking know. I don't know. Above my pay grade, I'm just trying to be a decent person. So I'm looking at corruption and things like that. This sort of ideological stuff I dabble in. I don't mind having the discussions, but not really my forte. All right. So who do we want to raid? There's the guy that dresses like corn. You can raid him. Let's not. Rant for Liberty's on. We'll just do that. I got to get to bed. And we'll say hi to Hank. I appreciate all of you. I really do. So you'll probably see me Monday. I actually took this week off work, so Monday I should be here. Tomorrow. Thanks for everyone. We had a lot of donations today. Thank you to everyone. I really appreciate it.
You guys are incredible. You really are. I plan on Hank's still in the cast. I plan on taking him to the park tomorrow. So we got his wagon all cleaned out. We're ready to go. Part of me is going to be heartbroken because I know he'll see the other little kids and he wants to just run. And with the cast, it'll be hard. But I still think he'll like being out there. I really do. And so I'm hoping that he has fun out there. I know I'll have fun. So. But no, thank you. Special thanks to Aftershock. I don't say thanks to Aftershock enough. I jab back and forth on Aftershock because, I trust him, and he's one of the people that helped me with the show. In the order of people that have helped me with my show, the top tier would be me, right? Obviously, I do the show, and my wife, because what she does allows me to do the show. But right underneath that tier would be people like Aftershock, a friend of mine, Tony, a friend of mine, Bob, who helped me with a lot of technical aspects, like microphones, setting up things, drew my design, my logo, stuff like that. Aftershock, Bob, Tony, and that's about it on that list. Aftershock used to moderate debates for me every Wednesday. He set all the production up himself, did it all himself. Then moderated it all himself. And sometimes I take it for granted and I'll be like giving him shit and stuff. But I do it just like I would do like to my brother or to my wife, like giving them shit just because I know it'll be all right. We give each other shit. That's okay. So, but no, a lot of sort of me being able to do the show. When I grew from having like 20 people watching to like 50, 60 people, that was Aftershock helping with that. So, thanks, Aftershock. So yeah, he deserves a shout out. There are other people that will help, but Drone Tech helped me get my first live stream set up. I always remember that. That was cool. So, but all right, we're gonna raid Brant for Liberty. I'm gonna head out. Brant's cool. I think you guys will enjoy him. So, hope you enjoy that. A couple lefties in here tonight. Do I seem like the evil Nazi that everyone tells you? Argue with till 2 a.m. about gay marriage. Stick around. Maybe I'll convince you that conservative populism is the way to go. Because it is. And the corruption's the biggest issue we face. So stick around. The left didn't send their best. Those two people I debated this week were a joke. So, all right. We'll see you all soon. Thank you so much. As always, have a good one.
Generator is going, and my awesome wife who I love dearly is half asleep, leaning against me. Not a bad way to end the night. Man, that's crazy. Hurricane Ian crosses over Florida, just wreaking havoc, and then curves and goes back into South Carolina. That is brutal.
When I was meditating on it, I was like, I'm going to disperse this thing. And then, so I tried